Doing good on this Friday. It's Friday today, isn't it? The plan for today is that we are gonna continue yet again working a bit on Shroud of Gloom. Gonna continue with some of the feedback we got from the playtesters. I did actually do a bit of work yesterday. I pretty much sorted out the system to play the ambience of the neighboring rooms in the game, if that makes sense. That's what we were working a bit on last stream. But we ended up getting a bit distracted, which is fine. I don't really mind. But I really wanted to see if I could sort that system out, and it seems like I got it pretty much fully working now. So that's pretty nice. First one in today, none other than Ginseng. Nice to have you. It's been a while, hope you're doing good, Ginseng. We also have Conrad in here, doing some co-working, let's go. So yeah, I think we're gonna just get into it, to be honest. Starting a little bit earlier today than usual, but why not, if we have the time. So, let's get on with it. If anyone hasn't, of course, make sure to go and wishlist Shroud of Gloom on Steam, would very much appreciate that. We are currently sitting at 270 wishlists. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Okay, let's see, why can you not see my screen? There we go, you should be able to see it. So let me show you what I did, because like I said, I kind of reworked this system a few times to figure out how I exactly wanted to do it. So I still have a list. I still have a list here of room ambiences. These are the ones that are playing, but also originating from this room. Does that make sense? Like, it's the actual sounds that you are hearing. Not just all the sounds you're hearing, but the sounds that where the source is something inside of this room. The reason why I have this is so that we then have something to copy, right, when we want to hear another room, so to speak. So if we look at the second room, we can see that, well, we should only have one here, but we can see that we can hear the rain in this room that's over here. So what I did is that on the door, I now have this little class here, which is called Neighbor Ambience Player. So what I do is that this one automatically finds the neighbor, at least when it's a door, and then I can assign different types of mufflers, which is just something, rather than doing it, you know, completely door specific, I tried to make it a bit more flexible. So these are objects that potentially could lower the sound that we can hear from the other room. And then ambiences, this one we're probably gonna change to private, but this is just a list of the ambiences that it hears. What's up, Heather Cannon? How you doing? Welcome in, man. The chirp is back at it, indeed. So yeah, we can see this is a pretty simple one. Like, we have a default and a muffled volume, a list of, or technically an array of game objects. There are mufflers, and then the neighbor, the one we're hearing. So we find the room, and then we loop through the exits. And since this is a door, we're gonna find this door in there. We're gonna see which room it leads to, set that up as the neighbor. And then each time we enable this door, we're gonna clear all of our ambiences and then add all of the ambiences from the neighbor, in case we've changed them, because obviously the ambience of a room could potentially change dynamically in the game, which is the case with this window, because if you smash the window, then we have a new sound effect, right? So now if you go back, we want to play the new sound effect, or you want to hear the new sound effect. So then we play the neighbor ambience. And what this does is that when it sets up the volume, we call this function to check whether or not it is muffled. So we just go through the list of mufflers and see if one is active. In this case, a closed door, that must mean that the sound is supposed to be muffled. So then we just lower the volume. And it actually works quite well, to be honest. What's up, Verity and Nietzsche? Welcome in. Nice to have you guys. Hope you're doing good. So, let's see how this works. Let me pause the music for now. I think I sorted out the windows yesterday as well. So yeah, it's not too loud, but now if you listen, you can hear that there is some rain sounds coming from this room. But then they almost fully disappear when I close the door. I don't know, I think it's very cool. Very small little detail, but I think it's kinda cool. And then if we go in here... we can now smash the window. So now we have a new sound playing, right? There's no longer like low pass rain. And now it's no longer low pass rain here either. This one actually now checks that the sound has changed in that room. Pretty simple little thing, but I think it's kinda cool. I kinda like it. I kind of like it. How you doing, people? Hope you're having a good Friday. Anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? Adds a lot. I think it does. It's one of these things that like it doesn't necessarily maybe make a big difference for the gameplay itself, you know? It doesn't really affect the game, but it's still like just that extra detail. I feel like it adds a lot to the like kind of world building in a way. Let me move back as well. I don't like being on that side. I want to be on this side. What's up, Raka? How you doing? Whoa, so early? Whoa, we're on the left? Indeed, but we just switched back. Yeah, I did get on kinda early today for once. How you doing, Raka? Hope you're doing good. I'm big on atmosphere. Yeah. I mean, for a game like this, atmosphere is gonna be incredibly important. Yeah, I actually recently set up with my stream deck so I can much more easily like jump my camera around depending on where I need it. Pretty convenient. So I just set up these like fixed positions. Most of the time I don't really worry about it. It's usually fine. The only time it's a little bit annoying is when I start showing off a bunch of stuff in the inspector, because obviously that one's gonna be on this side. But now, if I want to, I can just temporarily move away so that you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. Are you a world builder now? Well, trying, I suppose. In a loose sense, at least. What's up, Brainard James? How you doing? Welcome in. Stream Deck? You get yourself a Steam Deck. Come on, man. First of all, you have a Stream Deck too, so I don't know what this fucking means. Just as, okay, you might have a bigger one than me, but fucking still. He just had to one-up me, Raka, didn't he? Like, I bought a Stream Deck. I didn't. I actually got a Stream Deck gifted to me by my girlfriend. Very kind of her. And then like fucking 3 weeks later, Raka just has to buy the like slightly bigger version compared to the one I have. You're mirroring it when moving, needs detail. Yeah, it's one of those things as well. I find it incredibly... I think it's fine now when I'm talking to chat that I'm kind of looking away from the screen. But if I'm working on something over here, like... there's some like unbalance if I look away from the thing I'm working on. I actually think it makes quite a big impact in my opinion. So that's why like if I didn't flip it, it would be like if I constantly sat and worked on my game like this. Like this would feel odd for you guys, right? I think it does because I'm looking away from the actual stuff. It just makes more sense that I'm supposed to be looking towards it. So for that reason, I actually do flip the camera to have that same aspect, you know. I don't know if this is something other people thought about, but I think it does make... there is some like dissonance or something when the camera of the whether streamer, whatever, YouTuber, whatever it might be, is looking away, you know. I don't know. Flip the table too, yeah, exactly. When I go up, I just flip everything. Hope you're doing good, Raka. How are you enjoying Kazan? Okay, so. Did I fix the windows? I'm pretty sure I fully sorted out the windows as well. So I now have a room ambience player, where we have a current ambience. The reason why I need to have a current ambience set up, it would be nice if I didn't have to, but I kinda need it so that we know which ambience in our room ambience list that we are supposed to replace. Because I don't want, like, when you smash the window, we shouldn't start playing the high pass rain on top of the low pass rain or whatever. Like, we should switch it, right? So we need to be able to know which one to disable. So that's why we pass in the current ambience and new ambience, and then we switch them. I think that should work. Yeah, this script should be pretty much fully functional. In terms of this one, we can do a slight change. List of ambiences, I think I just made this public for testing purposes. You can very much be private. I don't even know if I need this one to be serializable. I made it so that in case I want something other than a door to be able to hear, like say that maybe you're supposed to hear another room through a vent or something, it's possible, but I might set that up when we get there. Let's do this.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for
Let's
10
do it.
minutes.
Also, Slothinator, sorry there, I missed your follow, but thank you very much. I appreciate ya. Hope you're having a good Friday. Let's stand up. Please stand for the national anthem. Anyone know the reference? I like the stream time. What's up, chat? Yeah, this should probably be a little bit better for you, isn't it? Mirrored webcam, even the stream is getting featured creepy. Yeah, very much. I'm just like, I'm having feature creeping everything I do, right? Even my stream bot is the same thing. I don't know. I feel like it's just the way it's supposed to be, you know? Okay, I'm gonna comment this out. If neighbor is not equal to null. That should always be null now, so let's do this as well. Okay, let's do a quick double check, make sure this works, and then we can see what we are gonna start working on. Let me quickly pause the music again. Is it too low in volume now? I think I did lower the volume of all the rain sounds though, because I think they were a little bit loud before. Yeah, that seems good. GG. Okay, let's... what is this? Missing reference. Object audio source has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Okay, so I think this is when I stop playing. I, for some reason... yeah, I don't think that's an actual issue. I think that's a little Unity thing. Okay, we sorted out the room ambience stuff, so let's see. Item interaction tip made more clear. Yeah, I've noticed, I think some people have been kind of misunderstanding that specific tooltip. So I think I need to phrase it differently. I think I had a better wording for it at first, but I found it too long, so I tried to shorten it, but now it seems like that might have been a bad decision. I do love the change of room style, even if it makes no sense. It makes for a more fun game experience. What do you mean by the change of room style? Oh yeah, light switches had some weird hitboxes. Oh, the Gothic window room? Yeah. No, I do like him quite a lot, because in the first version with the window, I think it was a little bit almost too hard to even tell that it was a window. So I think the fact that we added like actual... It kind of made it seem like, you know, light is coming through by having this like grey gradient through the window made a big difference as well. I quite like him. I wonder if these should be interactable after you smash them though. That is one thing I have been considering. Now you can click them, make a little sound. Then after you smash them, they go non-interactable. Like, I find this to be a very difficult balance to strike with like how much stuff should be interactable. Because I think it's nice to have sound effects for a lot of stuff, but sometimes I also go like, if it has no purpose whatsoever, should it really be interactable? Like for example before, like the table itself played the sound effect if you clicked on it. But like the table couldn't do anything. Like there was no actual interaction you could have with the table other than it playing the sound effects. So I don't know, sometimes I kind of go, I think those types of interactions might be unnecessary to have in the game. But then sometimes you also want to have, you know, interactions are also fun, you know. I don't know, it's kind of difficult. Only spend time on important interaction, yeah. Which is, I definitely think I overdid it. Like, you can see it on my Steam page, has a good showcase of this. Like, even with highlighting, and since everything was, like, interactable, you can see here how the base of the cabinet, and the shelf, and, like, the table behind the cloth, like, everything is interactable here, and it kind of looks a bit weird. Which is that there's no purpose as to why the base of the cabinet should be interactable. Like the doors, yeah, absolutely, you should be able to open them and look inside, but the base, like you would never do anything with the base. Unless maybe at some point you would say that you need to move a cabinet to like block your door, yeah. But I think for the most part, these type of objects, such as like a pure table, a shelf, or the base of a cabinet, they probably shouldn't be interactable. A window, I don't know, I feel like a window might be different because there's a bigger chance that the player wants to interact with it, I feel like. Because you wouldn't really expect much to happen when you click on a table. A window, you could still like envision certain interactions with it. If you make the monster walk behind it and pop up when someone smashes the window trying to escape, it might be useful, yeah. No, I do like the interaction of smashing it, because that's the difference here. If you take like, just technically speaking, the full window and the broken window are two different game objects, right? So the first one, the non-broken window, that one actually has an interaction. You can smash it. It doesn't have any game purpose at the moment, other than like, I mean, it could alert the monster since we have that component on it, and then it just changes the sound because it's fun, I don't know. And it feels like quite likely that a player might at some point try a hammer on the window, so I also do want to have that one. And for those reasons, this one is interactable. I can click on it. But then I found it, I don't know if it's a little bit weird now, because when I smash it, it no longer is. Now I can't click on it anymore. But I can click on this one. This feels a little bit odd, doesn't it? Even if this one doesn't have an interaction, here I kind of go, maybe we should still play a little sound effect when you click on it. Because this... Now when you have one broken and one fixed, it feels weird that I can interact with this, but not this one. I don't know. I kind of feel like it. Or figure out how to reuse interactions more instead of designing new ones. I mean, we kinda are, especially if you're thinking about it in terms of code, like everything is reused. Since we use the component system now, we just have puzzle pieces to make pretty much every interaction. But it's just whether, I think the thing I'm sometimes like debating is whether if something only has a sound effect, is it a worthy interaction? That's really the thing I'm kind of struggling with a bit sometimes. Most of the times I do think that's a non-worthy interaction, like with the table. I don't think there's a reason why you should be able to interact with the table, it's just a still furniture. With the window there, kind of feel like maybe you should. For me, since I don't hear sounds post-break, that indicates to me that the window has no more interaction, move on. Yeah, I suppose that is true as well. It does give more feedback to the player, because that's kind of the way I'm thinking, like, you could see it as the fact that you can click on it, the fact that it gets highlighted and you can at least make a sound effect, might be a clue to the player that there might be something else you can do with this. It might not be useful, but there is something you can do. For example, like the vent. That one plays a sound. The table doesn't. Why? Because the table doesn't have any other interaction. The vent does. You can screw the vent open, right? So the fact that this is interactable, it kinda is feedback that you can do something with this. Same thing with the lamp. It's not really maybe a good thing, but you can smash it. So there is interactions to it. Whoops, I think I need my flashlight. I suppose we have more interactions now too, since you can actually change the light bulb. Same thing with this one. Doesn't do anything. But the fact that it's interactable tells you that there's something else you can do, right? So by that reasoning, it kind of made sense that we would make the window non-interactable. That short sound does like a clue sound. Because you are correct in the sense that, like, after I smash this window, this isn't interactable anymore. Now there is nothing more you can do it. So yeah, maybe... And I do the same thing here. After you smash this one, it's not interactable. Same thing here. After you open this, it's not interactable. So yeah, maybe we should keep it. I do think it feels weird when... yeah, it is consistent. You're actually correct that. Currently this is consistent with how I've been doing it. It feels a little bit weird when I can interact with one window and not the other. But it does kind of make sense. Oh yeah, I also did change the handles here, because I think it was Verity who pointed it out, that these handles actually looked like they were pointing down a little bit. And it was true, I think I did kind of mess up the perspective on those a little bit. Since we are in this, like... It's not straight on the wall, it's a little bit further down. That means that if this is straight, it must be angled downwards. So, I don't know, I tried something here. I do think it looks a little bit more correct. I might play around with it more, but we'll see. Okay. So, what are we doing? First of all, we're sitting down. Yes, the off tangent of the cosine of the 90 degrees was off, now it's perfect. Exactly, exactly. Dude, we gotta care about the details here, man. The details are what matters, right? And consistency as well, just here I do it. This is not straight. This is upward angled. So it kinda should be here as well. Did I actually do something? I don't care about that. That's fine. Okay. What am I doing? If we can actually do some work today. Another big question is, are there gonna be other characters beside the player and Phineas? Undecided. Currently undecided. Most likely they're gonna be more than 2 characters. I would say. Most likely. Is Phineas the official monster name? I mean, it kinda works. We've had a few names actually. We've heard Phineas and we've also heard... what was the other name? Sloga, I think. Someone called him as well. That's ones that I can remember like from the top of my head. Oh, lamp interaction. I think I'm missing one here. And I think it's specifically regarding this one. Here. Sound effect is null. However, I think it's weird because this is the functional lamp. If I smash it, it works. I wonder if I fix a light in here. Oh no, I still don't have it. Okay. Yeah, I've actually missed it. What is this missing reference? It's kind of annoying me. Ah, it's because I made on disable stop all of the room ambience on the rooms. So whenever you walk out of one room, we automatically stop playing all of the room ambience, and then the next room is gonna do that one's on enable is gonna play the room ambience of that room. So I guess on disable gets called when I stop playing in Unity. Is there a way to get around that? Because it is gonna be slightly annoying, even though it probably doesn't matter. Getting this error each time I try to stop playing is gonna annoy me a bit. Oh wait, I just do a null check, you Dumbo, because it's a missing reference. Which line is it actually that calls it? 265. Oh, so it's this one. So wait, if I do a... if source equals null, return. Does that make a difference? Oh yeah, continue, true, because otherwise we might stop the entire loop here and not stop, which could be an issue when we're actually playing the game. So we should do continue. I very recently learned about the continue word. I had no idea that was a thing. Until like this week or something, I think. Last week maybe. True, good shout checks. Okay. Then we stop playing. Yeah, we no longer get an error. Nice. So yeah, continue is gonna loop to the next. It's gonna skip this and loop to the next source. Boom. Yeah, that should be good. Exactly, return escapes out of the entire method. Continue goes on to the next for each iteration, yeah. That should be good then. Now it seems like we're no longer getting that error. I mean, a null check that is probably good anyway, to be honest. Not that, I mean, not really, to be fair, at the moment. Because in reality, I actually never destroy any audio sources. The only time they actually get destroyed is when I stop playing. Because otherwise we do have this weird thing where I technically have an object pool. But whenever I create more, I never destroy the excess later on. We just keep them. I think it's fine for now, but... So technically that would
Don't forget to save.
Probably never happen otherwise. What's up, gamedev? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Let's do a small little commit. I think I should get better at doing small commits. Thank you, Pironi. I'm returning home. Nice. Where have you been? With the amazing invention of public transportation. Let's go, man. Oh, movie theater. Ooh, nice. What did you watch? Anything fun? There was something I was gonna tell you guys about. Oh yeah, I recently finished It Takes Two with my partner. I don't know if we talked about it, but actually I was quite surprised. I was quite impressed by the game, to be honest. It had, like, we played A Way Out as well, and A Way Out was pretty cool. But I do think It Takes Two did up it quite a lot. What impressed me the most is actually the amount of variety in gameplay in that game. Like, the word is little, like, mostly it's like a 3D puzzle platformer kind of thing. But then all of a sudden, like, for different sections, you'll be thrown into like an kind of like an FPS game mode instead. Or like a, you know, side-scrolling fighting game, or like all of a sudden 2D platformer games. Like, they kind of changed the gameplay quite a lot. Even like kind of ARPGs, maybe more action RPGs, you know, like the top-down RPG kind of thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. I was actually really surprised or impressed of the amount of variation in gameplay in that game. Yeah. I would recommend it, to be honest. It was quite cool. Now that they had M&Ms and M&Ms and popcorn, or M&M popcorns. Yeah, I don't know. Have anyone played Split Fiction yet? I'm kind of potentially thinking about giving that a go as well. I mean, at some point I will, definitely. Sorry, give me just 1 second. There we go. M&M's in popcorn? Damn. Haven't played co-op games in years. Those games, you need friends. Yeah, I suppose that is true. It's kind of interesting, since they are like only co-op games. Like most of the time you find these games that are like, you know, you can play single player or co-op, but a lot of these, like at least the Hazelight games, are like, nope, like you need to play co-op. It's kind of interesting decision to take as a game developer. But I mean, they have been performing incredibly well. Also, Swedish developer represent. But I am quite sad at how few games, especially on PC, that are released with co-op or like local co-op or split screen. That actually annoys me. Because I'm the type of person who, I never play console anymore because I got my controllers and I can plug my TV into the computer and stuff. So I play everything on my PC, right? And the amount of games I have in my Steam library which I would expect to have a co-op mode and or split screen, you know, but doesn't have it, is fucking mind-boggling. I do understand that less people play co-op and stuff on PC, but I don't know, still I'm like, but can we not still have it? Like, just same games will have a split screen on console, and I'm like, fam, I cannot be the only one who every now and then wants to play a bit of split screen. Split screen's dead these days. Yeah, it does seem like it, but like, not for me. Just like, you know, sometimes I wanna do some couch co-op stuff, you know? I don't know. I think you should play another game. What do you think I should play, Pirodi? I am intrigued. Last one I tried was Phasmophobia. I did do the tutorial of Phasmophobia in VR. No, sorry, let me correct myself. I did like half the tutorial in Phasmophobia in VR, and then I never played it again. That's my full experience with Phasmophobia. You know, horror games in VR is a different fucking beast, man. I'm not even ashamed to say it. It's a shame. Yeah, I do think it's a shame. Like this, I really wish more developers did. Like, obviously, not for every game. Yes, of course not. But there's a lot of games that, like, the fact that Borderlands on PC doesn't have like co-op or split screen, I think is like, it's such a perfect fucking couch co-op game, you know. And they have it on every console build, but not on PC. And maybe this is, yeah, I don't know. Am I just being too much of a spoiled child here? Maybe. But I wish more developers did split screen. I really do. On PC specifically. Because I think games still are pretty good at doing split screen on console. It's just on PC I find it very rare. Like, I have a lot of games in my Steam library. If I sort of the local co-op, I have like 5 games left, you know. Speedrunner mode in Shroud of Gloom 1. I think arguably anything can be a speedrun mode. Like, it's kind of the player who makes it into a speedrun, isn't it? I can say this. I am going to have a speedrun achievement in the game. It's not gonna be crazy. It's not gonna be like, you know, finish the game in 2 minutes when the average playtime is like 2 hours. That's not what I'm gonna do. But I am gonna have a achievement for finishing the game relatively quick. I'm pretty decided on. I mean, technically, I think I already have it implemented in the game even. Still doing some day job stuff, just lurking. No worries, Conrad. Thank you for lurking, appreciate ya. Never tried VR, but I believe you. Yeah, it really, like, horror games in VR it's a whole other beast, man. Like, obviously you know that I'm a bit of a coward when it comes to horror games, normally speaking, but in VR it's fucking, I don't know, because obviously it's more immersive, and it's the thing that you can't really, like, you can't look away from it, you know? Like, that's the thing that kinda makes it a bit worse as well. Not only the general immersion stuff, it's the fact that, like, if you're playing a horror game normally, you can, like, look away from the monitor. Like, in VR, you don't... Like, if you want to look away, you have to actually, like, take the headset off. You can't just, like, turn your head, because you're still fucking in it, you know? I don't know, it's mad. Imagine having another person next to you to play with. Privileged son of a... Yeah. Maybe. I mean, it is something, like... Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's nice. It's not something I do on, like, a daily basis, but, like, for example, now when my partner is here, like, we do end up playing a bit of games, and then it's quite nice having some split screen games, or it doesn't necessarily, I mean, I don't care that much about the split screen, it's just a local co-op, whether that's split screen or shared screen, whatever you want to call it. Fucking, if Binding of Isaac has local co-op, how can not more games have it? That's my question. Also, that was not really a peek to Binding of Isaac, to be clear. Binding of Isaac is, like, my all-time favorite game. Just wanna make sure that people understand me here. I just meant to say, like, it's an indie game. Door with ambience. I don't think I need this. Wait, is that even a thing? Oh, it's private. Yeah, I don't think I use this. Let's clean this up quickly. Should not even use this room ambience anymore. Oh, no, I use this one, but not... I don't use the volume multiplier. Might be something I'm gonna turn back in again. Neighbors has back exit. This is all good. I don't know if I like that this dictionary is public. I don't think it needs to be. I think I did it because this one actually gets the exits, which... Oh, well, you don't need to be public then. Because this one returns that as a dictionary. So I should be able to make you private. I think so. Yeah, I want to try the reverb thing as well, but I don't know how I'm gonna sort that out. I might need to do a different mixer for UI sounds and in-game sounds. Because otherwise, if we add reverb in, say, this room, on the sound effect one, it's gonna make these buttons have more reverb as well, and I don't know if that's gonna be weird. And if you quit the game, I suppose, I mean, we could always just set it back to default whenever you quit, because otherwise even the menu would have more reverb. If you don't know Phasma too much, I'm happy to report that it's a glorious asset flip game. Oh, you think so? You can buy a lot of the original maps and assets on the Unity store. Not hating, I love this fact. Yeah, I don't know if you should... But is it an asset flip per se, or do you just mean that they've used a lot of assets? Because I do think there's a difference there. Because if you're saying you still love it, it sounds more like they just used assets. Because asset flip has a pretty negative connotation, right? That tends to almost even mean that it's a... like... shitty low quality game. Just posed as a good game by having a bunch of assets. It's kind of how I seem to take it, at least. I mean, it didn't make any of the 3D assets from scratch. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have no issue with games using assets whatsoever. As long as... I do think you do still need to put some thought into it. We did talk about this in our stream. Like, obviously you still want stuff to be somewhat, like, consistent and coherent, right? But otherwise, there's definitely nothing wrong about using assets. I know you don't think so either, Chet, since obviously you said you love that fact. I'm just speaking generally here. The dev went on a shopping spree and coded a fun game, super inspirational to me. Yeah, no, for sure. Dude, I don't know when I'm gonna get rid of this fucking cough, man. I still have a like slightly lingering cough going on. Lilithix with the lurk. Thank you very much. Appreciate ya. Hope you're doing good. Okay, the room stuff should be done, so I feel pretty happy with all of this. I think that stuff should be functional. Still got the cough, but not the wise old man voice. Yeah, the voice is definitely coming back. Still not 100%, to be honest. Every now and then I feel that I can't put the same type of projection. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, I'm basically 95% that. Just holy shit, that other stream, like, when was it? Was it 2 streams ago or something? I think. That I could barely fucking speak, man. Holy shit, I was so bad. I actually sounded like an old man. Jones! Welcome in with the raid. How are you doing and what have you been up to? Let me throw a big shout out here to Jones, another developer here on Twitch. Recently released his RPG game, Ground Fantasy Heroes. Check him out. If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I am currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. Probably more immersive without the synthwave music in the background. Hello Jones, what have you been up to? Anything specific you want to share? Feel free to do so if that's the case. This is my game. Simple little first-person point-and-click game going on. Still relatively early on in the development, but we're getting there, slowly but surely. Just been making some missiles and mines to work in my space game. Ooh, interesting. What's the game about? I don't think I've been lurking a lot in your stream, but because I saw you were working a bunch on some animals and stuff, weren't you? You were doing some 3D models of different animals, but it seems like this might be a new project. The plan today for us is that we are going through some of the feedback from our playtesters. Lamp interactions, that is what I was supposed to be doing. Let's see if we can find... So I think it's part of the functional lamp that's broken. Props lamp. Let's see, it was the functional lamp that was turned off. So not lamp broken, but this one. Lamp off. Here, sound effect is unassigned. Sorry, I'm blocking this for you guys, as per usual. So here we should do... I think we do metal notch. I think we're just gonna use the same one. Metal notch, 80% volume, 120% pitch. Let's up the pitch a little bit. And we are going to... Overrides to functional lamp. Well, I do want to override this into the actual... Oh no, I think that is the correct one, okay. Yeah, I gave up on that project because I was getting bored with it. Okay, so what's the plan with the new game? You said it was a space game. Do you wanna share some about what your plan is with the gameplay? Like, what kind of genre are you going for? And of course, if you have any link whatsoever for it, feel free to drop it in the chat. Okay, I know that we have a issue with the light switches as well. Yeah, I can immediately see this one. The hitbox is way too small, whereas... Oh, wait, what? Now here, that looks fine. Wait, both of these look fine. Oh, is it because this one doesn't raycast alpha pixels, these ones do? That makes sense. That's the issue. So, raycast alpha pixels, apply to light switch broken, that should fix that as well. Let's go back and have a look. Okay, I will try to upload something. Go for it, man. I'll gladly have a look. Okay, let me move back. I feel so uncomfortable being on the left side of the stream. I don't know, I'm so used to being over here. I can't stay over that too long. I get highly uncomfortable. Okay, let me get the flashlight. Boom. Yeah. I think this hitbox is fine. It's... Can we actually... disable in-game cursor? Yeah. You can see that we have at least like one extra pixel all around it for the hitbox. And now we need to make sure that that is the case for the broken one as well, since we actually, technically speaking, switched the light here. Yeah, that seems fine. Nice. Yeah, that seems good. Should be two things fixed. We have light switch hitbox is different on functional and broken lamps. Donezo. Check lamp interactions. Donezo. Extra thank you to my playtesters who found a lot of this stuff, so very much appreciated. What's up, Slayertown? How you doing? Welcome in. Hur är det, Mr. Streamer? I wish I could game dev Horus. What's up? Welcome in, man. Another fellow Swede, I suppose. Det är bara bra. Tack så mycket. Hoppas du har en bra fredag. I wish I could game dev horror games. It's highly ironic, because I'm gonna be honest here. I am one of the biggest cowards you'll ever meet in terms of playing horror games. The fact that I, as an individual, is making a horror game is the most ironic shit ever. It really is. It really is. I don't know how I got into this path, but, well, here we are. Kinda enjoying it though, you know what? I am kinda enjoying it. I will say that making a horror game is much more enjoyable than playing one. Now, it's not entirely true, like, just we did play 10 bows, and even though I got scared shitless and my heart hurt for like the following 5 days, I did quite enjoy it too. It was pretty fun, let's be honest. It's uncomfortable to watch too, so used to see on the right. Yeah, it does. I think the fact that I flipped the camera makes it a bit weird as well. I don't know, it's just weird. I can also move up here, but then often the chat is still covering some of the inspector. Yes, if anyone is interested in localizing the game, feel free to apply. I do, as the language nerd I am, I would like to get this game out in as many languages as possible. Let's see, what have we done? We did sort that stuff out, and then hitboxes, lamp interactions. I know technically this should be singular, but we'll see, I'm probably gonna sort out more of it before we publish this build. We'll see, I think I'm gonna try and get this build up relatively quickly. I think I'm gonna sort out these issues and push a small patch build before we add too much more stuff. Yeah, I really want to sort out escape to return and unpause the game. Because you can pause the game with escape, but you can't unpause it currently. You could before, but I made that not a thing after we implemented holding escape to skip cutscenes. Because it's a bit weird, because when you successfully skip the cutscene, you're still holding down the escape key. Which made it so that when you release the escape key, you would actually pause the game. Oh wait, yeah, it was something like that. And for some reason, I don't know what happened, but I ended up just scrapping the ability to unpause the game with escape. I think we can sort it if we start keeping track of the last state, because it has something to do with the game states. But let's see, something I want to do first, I think, is see if we can fine-tune the map animation a little bit. I think that one could be a little bit quicker. Potentially we could move the map up a little bit. Map. Because the arm is pretty far. Currently, let's see here, map show position is minus 36.5. Open map, nope, is it this one? Nope. Map show position. Oh, is it this one? There we go. Yeah, I think it's fair, we should probably bring this up a little bit more. Maybe do something like this. Yeah, just this does look a little bit low, doesn't it? I think that is fair. Yeah, let's try to center it a bit more. Let's do like minus 20 or something. Is this pixel perfect? No. Wait, it's not even pixel perfect on the y-axis or x-axis. That's no good. 19.5. Should you not be fully centered? Why are you not centered? Oh, maybe because you usually hold the flashlight here, so maybe I aligned it a bit more to the left. To be fair though, the flashlight is in front of the map anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Yeah, why should the map not be centered? That feels weird. At least as... Oh! What happens here? That's fucking odd. Why is it disappearing? Oh, I think it has to do all of the UI stuff. It has to do with the Z layers, I think. So how do I make this not happen? It's kind of hard to see whether this is pixel perfect or not now. I mean, I guess I can do it in-game. It's not. Open map. No, this open map. Let's see, Y is correct, but let's do something like minus 0.5. Boom. That should be pixel perfect. I think I might make another system. I might keep this for the map, since that's a more common UI element. But when you inspect like documents and stuff in the game, I think I want to reuse this hand and make the player actually pull them up similarly to the map. So I think we're gonna separate this hand from the actual map itself and reuse that with some like, so that we can have one animation that can show any object. We just pass in whatever object and the position it should be at. I think that could be pretty cool. Maybe that's something we should do as well, because I don't think we have interactable or inspectable items in the game at the moment. Create a system for inspectable items. Just currently in this version of the game, there's not a single inspectable item, which is obviously something we are gonna need at some point. It's gonna be important for like lore story stuff. Also, by the way, Slade's-Hand, thank you very much for the follow. I'm being very slow with the with the shouts today, holy shit. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you for joining Jones with the raid, and thank you for the follow. Okay, I think this position should be better. So what did I say? That was minus 19.5. Map show position minus 19.5, apply to map. Map hide position should probably be fine. What's up, Pippa Poopy? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday. This is the hide position. Yeah, I do want... It can't be just one pixel below. I think something like this is good. So, can we change the speed here? I can change the map ease, not the speed. I want to be able to change the speed of the animation. Show map button, so that's different. Almost the weekend, indeed. Do you have any fun plans? Okay, so we have show button, hide button, insta hide the map button. Okay, where do I use this? When you close the map. Okay, yeah, to make sure that it doesn't go visible. We have a bug here somewhere that we need to sort out as well. I think Nikit was the one who found it, where you can actually manage to get the map button visible while the map is open. So this one, this is obviously supposed to be the map, right? And now when you hold it up here, obviously you're not supposed to be able to see that one. However, it's a bit weird where I can actually... I think it's if I... Yeah, it shows up too quickly. And now... Is it because I... If I only click like this, now I can't do it. Now... Yeah, there's something weird going on that we need to fix. Oh shit, this is from... Oh no, I can see this. Usually I found that Twitter doesn't let you see it without an account. I don't know, should I get Twitter? Oh, sorry, that was a misclick. Well, that works as well. If I do have Blue Sky, so you could check me out on Blue Sky, but fortunately I don't have Twitter at the moment. Oh shit, what is this? Let me have a look. Now here, that looks fine. Wait, both of these look fine. Oh, one's pictures. Oh. Oh, this looks nice, man. Oh, do you actually need to... Oh yeah, you do have the projectile speed as well, so it looks like you kind of need to predict a little bit with like where they are gonna be and so on. That's pretty nice as well. Definitely adds a bit of a... like... Or it has a... I guess a less of a still ceiling. Like there's more... It's something you can practice quite a lot. Do you know, am I making sense here? I don't know. You could definitely explain what I'm trying to say a lot better. But this looks really impressive, man. This looks good. I'm super happy so far, I can imagine. Do you plan on putting this on Steam? I hope you are. So how is the background actually working in something like this? Like is it a... Is this a background or could you actually go over here? Or are you like inside a globe? Is the background moving with you? Or is this like a... Is this technically like a skybox in Unity? Is the mirror... Yeah. It's just a picture? Okay. So is it like a 360 picture in a way? Does it follow the player? Sorry, I just got a bit curious how that actually works. Just, I assume then, if it's a picture, you probably can't go up to the end of it. Skybox? I don't even really know how the skybox in Unity actually works, per se. Does it... It's technically shader. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. This is it. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, you have to lead your shots. Exactly. I do like that. What's up, Coding Gree? How you doing? Yeah, this looks cool, man. So what's the plan in terms of... Hey, Codin! You absolute legend. Codin Gree with the Prime subscription. Thank you very much, man. I very much appreciate ya. Absolute legend. Doing good, but with emojis, indeed. Get that sub shield, get that badge, get those emotes. Thank you very much, man. And if anyone is interested who is a subscriber, if you have your Discord account linked and you're in the Discord, I do have some extra subscriber rewards that you can get for completely free on my Discord. If anyone is interested. How's it going? So far so good. We are currently looking a bit at Jones' game here. I am working a bit on some playtesting feedback stuff for my game. So far so good, I would say. Hope you're doing good as well. Okay, we got an ad coming up in about 30 seconds. I'm gonna go and get a little bit more coffee during that ad, but I will only be like 30 seconds, 40, 45, maybe 50. I will be back before the ads are over. Thank you guys very much for your patience. But Jones, what's the plan in terms of gameplay with this? Like, what type of game are you looking for? Like, is it gonna be like, you know, single player, multiplayer, roguelike thing, survival kind of thing? Like, what have you put any thought into that part yet? Out of curiosity. This looks really cool, man. Yeah, I'm fucking impressed, man. I'm impressed. Looks nice indeed. Nice indeed. So how you doing, Codin? Are you having a good Friday? Any plans for the weekend? Wait, I'm going to replace that other space game I made on Steam with this. Oh, interesting. Wait, is that your first one? I think I have that wishlisted, if I'm not mistaken. I should have. Was that like one of the first game you released? Okay, the ads are playing. I'm gonna take a quick, just like 30-second break, get a bit more coffee, and I will be right back. Thank you guys for your patience. Appreciate ya. Okay, we are back. Thank you guys for your patience. Appreciate ya. Okay, so let's see. I'm pretty sure oh, is it this one? Spoils of a Starfighter. Wait, do I not have this on my wishlist? Oh, I might, because I think you have shown me this. I might have it on my developer account, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so is this the one you're planning on replacing with the new game? Yeah, I shouldn't have ever put it on Steam. Oh, do you think it was like in the case of that, it was just really an itch game? Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. However, oh, this is so. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you probably can replace the game on Steam, but I wonder if you're not maybe shooting yourself in the foot a little bit by doing it, whether you can or not. Because this game is already published, right? Which means that you won't be able to join like a Steam Next Fest with the demo. You're not gonna get that initial like publication push or like the release push that Steam might do. Yeah, exactly. Like in terms of like marketing and exposure, it might not actually. I know it kind of sucks because that might mean that you would have to like put up another $100 for yet another game on Steam. But if you believe in this game, I think that's worth it. Because I would imagine that it's probably gonna hurt your new game if you change this page into the new game rather than making a new one. Even if, say for example, ignore like, say some people already have ignored this, they won't be able to see the new game. I don't know if the people who already wishlisted it gonna see they won't get like notified that you're changing it. I mean, I suppose it could if you do like Notice they won't get notified when you release it, because this is already released, right? Because that would end up being just an update. Yeah, I mean, in the end, you do whatever you want to do. Like, obviously, you're the one in control here. But if I'm just looking at it from the terms of like what would probably be the best for your new game, it kind of sucks, but it would kind of... If you really don't want this one up, it would probably be to hide this game from the Steam store and then create a completely separate one. Like to create a new Steam application for the new game. I think that would be much better for you. In terms of like, you know, exposure and promotion for the new game. But nonetheless, like, you know, you're your own person, you do whatever you want. That's just my 2 cents here. I really hate having this game on Steam. It's not replacing it, it's updating it to version 2.0. Yeah, it's just the thing that, because that's not gonna notify wishlist people who have wishlisted the game. As far as I'm aware, at least. The only time you get notified is... I mean, they would if you do a sale, right? Because a sale does notify wishlist. Yeah, like in the end, like you can definitely do it. But if you want to push the game as much as possible, you should probably get a new application set up. Would be cool to have a list of objectively strong Steam pages to use as an inspiration. Yeah, thinking about it. Oh yeah, do you mean... Oh yeah, just like for when you're building your own Steam page to look at other ones. I did that. With the Steam marketing course or whatever I did from Chris Sukavsky, he even had in the course that you were supposed to like find some games that your game is similar to and like see what they do and stuff. And then something else I did is that one of my biggest guidelines, although we're very different games, but in terms of like layout and stuff, is that, let's be honest here, Code Red Games, he made Roguelite. I think he has a pretty good Steam page. In terms of like layout and like the general ideas, obviously our games are very different, but in terms of the general ideas and layouts, I stole a lot of shit from Code Red Games, not gonna lie. Speaking of which, check out Code Red Games if you guys haven't, he deserves it. So in terms here, like, because I think Code Red does a lot of things right, in my opinion. Like, his short description, first sentence, immediately explains exactly what type of game this is. It's Roguelite is a Souls-like, roguelite, combat-focused RPG. Boom, instantly the player knows what this game is about. Then a bit of story stuff, and then he ends it with an intriguing question like, you get stronger with every journey, are you up for the challenge? I think that's a pretty fucking top tier short description. And then, you know, it explains more of the game here with these neat little GIFs going on. You know, I think this is a very good page. I'm not even gonna pretend like I didn't. I stole a lot from Code Red Games. If you look at my page, you're gonna see that I have almost to the point the same fucking layout as he does. So, first sentence explains what the game is. Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game. Boom, the player knows what the game is about. We do some general like story and what you're doing in the game, and then we end it with a question to kinda, you know, motivate the player to give it a go. Can you escape the dark and make it out alive? So, like, 1-to-1. Is obviously completely different words and stuff, but the actual like overarching layout of the short description, it's the same. It's the same. And then when you scroll down, this is almost shameful. Fucking hell. Like, I even do the same thing with the little borders around my GIFs and stuff. Listing up some features and stuff. Yeah, I looked a lot. Like, Code Red was a big inspiration for me, not gonna lie. He definitely was. In terms of like finding my tags and stuff, I can show you exactly how I did it. So if we go in here, we should have Steam inspiration / research. So here I have a few games that I looked at that seemed similar to mine, either in target audience or in actual game similarity. So we have Five Nights at Freddy's. I have an idea of what the description is and all of the tags that they are using in the game, as well as obviously the capsule. The Cube Collection, this one is in gameplay manners, very similar to my game, also a horror game, point and click. I have that description and all of the tags that they use, and then The Room, also a point and click puzzle game. I guess it's horror. I think it's horror as well. Maybe not as focused on horror, more like a dark, bit psychological horror. Mapped out like what I think my 4 key gameplay elements were. And then here with my tags, what I did is that one of the bigger things I did is that I looked at what tags these games have in common. So for a lot of these here, like horror, puzzle, point and click, every single game had these tags. So I was like, these are probably gonna be good for mine as well. And then I have some that are like, I could probably use these. Some that I don't just feel comfortable putting in the game now, like story rich. Might be the case, but I don't have much of a story at the moment, so it feels... I'm trying to be very conscious of not doing any like false marketing. So this is the type of tag that I would only add after I feel like I actually can say that my game not only will be, but the game actually is story rich. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, and all of this is according to that specific course. So the how to make a Steam page. Should probably get a command for this one. But a completely free course by Chris Sukowski. If anyone is thinking about putting up a game on Steam, I highly recommend that one. Like I said, it's quite long, it's very in-depth, but it is completely free, so, you know, check it out. Check it out, it's a good one. That's why I'm sticking with itch for now, until I believe my game is good enough for Steam. Yeah, I do think that's a fair point. Like, we have to understand that like, I love itch. I love itch. I think itch is a great website. It's a great platform. However, there is a different standard, right? Like, itch is filled with... It has a lot of great games. But they also have a lot of jam games, whether good or not, as well as like just a lot of like unfinished prototypes and stuff. Like the standard is obviously gonna be a bit lower because the bar to entry on itch is a lot lower. It's much easier to post something because it's free, there's no risk to it, and that is a great thing. But it also means that for a place like Steam, that's definitely like, it is a bit of a step up. So that is why like I've spent like months polishing this game, because if I'm gonna put something on Steam, I kind of feel the same as like my Game Jam version. I think is really good on itch. I don't think it would hold up to the standard on Steam. So that's why I kind of want to make sure that I make this game into the most polished, best version that it could be. He's more concerned from a portfolio standpoint. Yeah, I see that, and that makes sense. But I feel like you can also do kind of 2 birds with 1 stone. By, if you don't want the other one up because you think it's like... I imagine that maybe you think it's like bad marketing or something for you. Because you're not happy with the game. So you want to remove that one. But I still think that you achieve the same end result by removing that one and doing a new game on Steam for the new space game. But you also get the benefit of the extra Steam marketing stuff. Of course, the disadvantage being that you have to pay another $100. You know, we're not gonna slide past that little factor as well, because that obviously is a factor too. Like, you know, for a lot of us, we're doing this whether it's professionally or as a hobby. Like, you know, it's an investment into the game, right? But, yeah. The Steam marketing guy got it. Still need to go through the materials. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Yeah, Code Red Games has a pretty cool game, soon to be released too, indeed. Dude, I've played his... I think his demo might be one of the most played demos I've ever played. I have almost 31 hours in his demo. It's actually pretty mad. Like, for being a demo, I don't think I've ever played a demo that much before. It's really sick. Steam stuff, getting flashbacks, jumping into the trench. Also, it's sometimes doing Steam page review that can give you some ideas on how to improve your page. Ooh, that would be pretty nice. Where does it do that? Like live or in as like video format? Off to sleep, haven't been feeling well, have a productive stream. No worries, checks. Have a good night of sleep, you deserve it, man. And as always, thank you very much for dropping by, I do appreciate ya. I'll catch you next time. Replacing a game with another is not very nice to the players of the current game. Yeah, that could definitely be an argument as well. I do suppose it also depends on how many players you have and stuff, which I assume that Jones has the actual data of. Because yeah, I do agree that like if you have 100 players still playing the old game, probably better to like not just do an update maybe. I mean, I don't know. Is it still the same game? Like, are you technically doing a 2.0 just like a high... Is it like a remake of the first game? Or would you say that it's a different game? I do suppose that's a... something to think about as well. There's some Steam page review on YouTube, but I don't know if he does it on stream. Okay. Yeah, that would be pretty sick. I definitely think there's stuff I could improve with my Steam page. Some stuff that I'm just like, it's a little bit too hard to improve at the moment. Like, I should definitely have more like story stuff in my long description, explain more exactly what the story is, but obviously this is pretty difficult when I don't really have the story. These GIFs are also a bit outdated, so definitely is the teaser. The teaser is probably the most outdated thing. Screenshots could probably be better, but a lot of this is stuff that it's very difficult for me to improve on until I have more of the game, you know? Because I don't really want to make a teaser right now for that teaser to then be outdated in another month again. You know, I feel like I don't want to end up posting like 5 different versions of teaser of my game. Like, I feel like this was the first initial like announcement teaser. I think I want to do like one more teaser before I do like a proper trailer. So I want to make sure that when I do that teaser, the actual updated version, I want it to represent the full game as much as possible. Whereas this is just not like the highlight system is completely different. We're missing a lot of post-processing stuff here. We don't have, the flashlight doesn't even look exactly the same. We don't have the battery stuff. We don't have the hand holding it. It looks kind of weirdly positioned. We don't have the particle effects. The inventory is not fully lit up like it is now. There's a lot of like outdated stuff going on here, but I don't know. I think the thing is that they are always going to be outdated, because a game, like if the game is in development and you do something like a teaser, it's always going to be the case that like when you release it, it's going to take like a couple of weeks and then it's going to be outdated again. So at some point I think you just have to accept it, but I think I can wait a bit longer before doing the updates. What's up, Dan G-Rep? How you doing? Welcome in. Oi, oi, mister. Bem-vindo. Thank you for following me yesterday. How was life? No worries, man. No worries. I was enjoying your stream. Life is good. I'm getting better. I was sick for a long time and I'm finally getting back to normal, so that's exciting. Doing a bit of work on my game today. Let me throw a little shout out here to Dan as well, another game developer and streamer here on Twitch. Go and check him out if you haven't. Do you have any current links or something to your current project? Out of curiosity. No more cigar voice? Exactly, I actually kind of have a voice now. No links yet? No worries. Let me know when you have, and I'll set up custom shoutouts to share your links and stuff as well. I have to start publishing my things, yeah. Okay, do we feel done with the Steam page talk for now? I think so. I mean, you can always, if anyone has more questions or anything you want to say about it, go ahead. Let's see if I can sort this stuff out. So I think I want to use less magic numbers here. So we have one timer to show the map button, one duration rather to hide it. I assume I also have something. Why do I have this function? This seems unnecessary. Why is this one not just private instead? This function, all it does is call this private function. I should just make this one public and save one function. This seems odd. You don't have any purpose. Anyway, map acquired, disabled background. Here, show. Audio player play, bum bum bum. Where do we actually hide button on click? Close sound effect. But where do we actually insta hide map button? Oh, it's here, isn't it? Background image do fade 0.7. They end with disable the background. Float map target position show. Ternary operator do local move, and there we have the duration. Okay, so we only have one for the actual map being taken up and down. Okay, so we're gonna do. What I want is to have a private float show button duration. I'm gonna have another float for the hide button duration. And once more we're gonna have one for map animation duration. I guess we should set some default values here. Do I care? I don't. But we do need to switch these out, so this is going to be the map animation duration. Map acquired. I'll leave that one with a magic number for now. Show button. And then hide button. Oh shit, wait, what were the numbers at before? I know that the map animation one was 1 second. What was these? Show 0.5, hide 0.2. show 0.5, hide 0.2. Even if they are test jams, etc. Yeah, just put them up on itch. I mean, that is, like we talked about before, the lovely thing about itch is that it's so easy to publish stuff. And thank you very much for lurking, Dan. Appreciate ya. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, but now we do want to make this a little bit snappier, I think. Let me actually enable the inventory as well, because I suppose that the inventory button and the map button should be relatively similar in, like, snappiness. Which I do kind of feel like at the moment. I think it's the bringing this one up and down that might be a little bit too slow. So map animation duration, let's try maybe something like, you should always go with big changes first and then tweak it. So let's do like, let's halve it or something, 0.5. Might be too quick. Yeah, that is very quick, isn't it? For down it could work. Yeah, it does feel a bit too quick, doesn't it? It feels like superhuman speed or something. Animation duration, let's try 0.65 maybe. What happened here? Oh yeah, I know why this happens. Not really an issue though, because you can't actually have the map at this place, at this point. As soon as you get the map, this is gonna be correct. I don't really care. I think this is fine. It is a lot quicker. But yeah, I think it should. I think it was too slow before. This is better? Yeah, I think so. Because this one is also like the opening of the backpack is pretty much instant as soon as you click on it. I mean, it is instant. So this one taking a whole second to open up, I think was a bit too much. I think that was a good catch, Sneaket. This does feel better. We still have this issue we need to solve. We need to figure out why this happens. Yeah, I quite like it. Make map snappier, potentially raise the position. Dunzo. Should we see if we can sort out that little bug with the button? See if we can figure out why that happens. So we got an ad break going. I missed that one incoming. Thank you guys for your patience. Not I really need to say it, because the ones that are in ads can't hear me currently, but it's the thought that counts, isn't it? I also need to make this map actually look like this one. So that's an old one. That we can actually sort out really easily. So that should be in our in-game UI. Oh no, it isn't actually. I think that's part of the old. Yeah. Okay, the ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, this is the one I'm actually using in-game. So, do I use that size as well? The plan is to at some point fully remove this sprite sheet because it's so disorganized. (912 by 580). It doesn't actually need to be that big, but just all we need is the top corner. Oh, you know what we could do that would also fix this issue? I just realized. Why wouldn't we? Why do I have two maps? Why do I have one button? Why do we not reuse this one as the button? And when you click on it, we center it and then bring it up. Now it's virtually impossible for you to be able to have the button at the same time as the map, which is that the same thing. That's much better, isn't it? Oh, but that's gonna change a few things, because obviously this has a different hitbox. Ah, yeah, it's a big change to do, though. I might be too lazy. I might be too lazy. Yeah, I might be. Because I'm gonna have to rework the entire system there to like toggle these interactions on and off, because now the map is gonna have an interaction to show the button, to hide the button, to click the button, to open the big map, to close the big map, and all of this is gonna be on one object, and I need to make sure that it's a lot of stuff. I'm not sure if it might actually be easier to just find out why this bug is happening and just fix it. I saw the game Repose today and it reminded me of Shadow Gloom. Don't think I've heard of that one. Repose. Oh yeah! Wait, I think I maybe have seen this game. Is this 14th April 2025? Oh, very recent. I wonder if this is not the game that Hilfert told me about. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. In style, it's definitely similar with the whole 1-bit pixel art stuff. Oh, they do have some red as well, holy shit. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that the gameplay is still quite different, because this is almost like dungeon crawler-ish gameplay, isn't it? Yeah, like grid-based movements. And like actual combat, if I'm not mistaken. It also has a nice transition with pixel shaders. Yeah, it's I'm not saying gameplay-wise. Yeah, no, but I definitely see why it reminds you. Oh yeah. That like animation thingy that happens when you move actually sells the movement pretty good as well.
You will need to collect the...
Do not touch anything hazardous.
You will have access to one.
Do not touch anything hazardous.
It is hazardous in... They will try to kill you. They will...
It looks pretty cool, to be honest.
Together.
You will make the world a better place.
Repose.
The company...
Anything hazardous.
It is...
So wait, is the game actually played on this? Like, is this how it looks when you're in the game? I guess the more square thing does give it more of a nostalgic vibe or whatever. It's kind of high resolution though. This must be way higher resolution than I'm playing with. It must be like almost double or something. I respect it. That's harder. I feel like low resolution pixel art. It can be harder too. It depends on what it is. Here's the link if anyone wants to check it out. Could be worth to play for market research for bugs. Yeah, indeed. I mean, the reviews are quite good as well. 63, 90% positive. The Lutz edition, soundtrack and artbook. Your first day at the company. You've been tasked with recovering damaged oxygen tanks scattered throughout the facility. Don't ask what they're for. Don't ask where they came from. Aaron used to do the same job. Don't ask about Aaron. Aaron? 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 Focus on Cynthia. She's kind to you, isn't she? Doesn't she care? I kinda like this. Does give you a very, like, mysterious feeling or whatever. Is anything on the dead internet worth saving? Every frame of Repose is meticulously handcrafted pixel art. The atmosphere assembled with sharp focus on every detail. Every moment of gameplay methodically built to maximize tension and intrigue. What is this place? The facility just keeps going down and down. Are you going to find any answers once you reach the bottom? Visual depictions of violence, death and body mutilation during combat and cutscenes. Visually engaging exploration and map usage, great as well. Horrible unresponsive melee combat and horribly timed crusher rooms. Horribly timed crusher rooms. And input delays turn this otherwise interesting art house title into frustrating exercise in repetition. Unique dungeon crawler with amazing art style. Excellent compact, wonderfully crafted, surreal trip. Just an absolutely gorgeous looking tone, but the sound design is also superb. I can't praise the music much enough. Or praise the music enough. This is a lovely short experience you can finish in 2 or so settings, just perfectly avoiding overstaying its welcome or over-explaining itself to adding gimmicks. Not expect an exploration RPG, else you'll get yourself disappointed. Short puzzle maze crawler with cool visuals and surreal story. I wonder what the playtime is like. Sounded like it was relatively short. What's the name again? Repos. Are they available on here yet? Ouch. No data? Okay. Wait, can you see average playtime on Steam database? And I guess that average doesn't say that much though. I would like to know how... Like, I would like to know how long the game is. Damn, 2,000 followers. All-time peak, 9,000. Oh wait, Twitch stats. Oh, so this is viewers. Oh, interesting. February, so... June. Oh, was this a Next Fest maybe? The Next Fest in June 2024? Is that what this boost was maybe? Is this is release, right? April 14th of April 2025. Yeah. Well, this was the release, so they probably got some extra push right before. Interesting. It even has a demo. Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, they do indeed. What does Game Analytics give you? I don't think they have playtime either. Thousand copies sold. Well, obviously this is an estimate, but... Average playtime, 2.7 hours. Still, that doesn't mean that the game is 3 hours long. It just means that's the average playtime. Did say short. Does anyone say how long? Wait, I can see. Wait. Yeah, 3.3 hours. 3.4. Beautiful from start to finish. So this guy must have finished the game in 3.4 hours. .8. Yeah, it seems to be a similar kind of playtime as I'm hoping to get. My current goal is to hit something like 2 to 3 hours. I think that's a pretty decent target to try and hit. Just I don't want to make this game. I don't think this game should be like a, 12-hour game. I think it should be that kind of short and sweet game. But I don't want you to complete the game in like 20 minutes either. I think like 2-3 hours is a pretty good time to try and hit. Are really cool ideas out there? Yeah, for sure. So many possibilities, so little time, indeed. took this from a review. That's part of where Repose stumbles. While its atmosphere and style are oozing with flavor, its short length and somewhat shallow narrative undercuts the impact. Interesting. Interesting. So this kinda goes against what I was saying then. You'll likely finish the game in under 2 hours, and while it teases a deeper mystery, cryptic warnings, surreal rooms, spooky co-workers, it never quite delivers the payoff you're hoping for. Interesting. Characters appear and disappear quickly, with interaction that feel rushed. Emotional beats hit fast and fade faster. So I wonder if that, like, if we're gonna be very technical about it, it doesn't necessarily sound like this is particular an issue with the playtime. It maybe was that they tried to, according to this reviewer at least, that maybe they tried to jam in too much narrative in too short of a time so that it became a bit rushed. And then the fact that it never, quote, it never quite delivers the payoff you're hoping for. So I assume that that means that he didn't find the ending of the game as... And maybe he found the ending of the game quite anticlimactic, which is also something that's not necessarily part of the playtime, or is not at fault of the game, the playtime, right? Like that's probably what they decided to do with the ending. But yeah, that's interesting. Something probably to keep in mind. What's up, Sharpish Dog? Welcome back, man. How you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. Currently doing some Steam market research, I suppose. Looking at some similar games on Steam. I think if you like asking questions, being answered with a "you figured it out, didn't you?" and not knowing if you're right or not is very fun. Yeah, so it does seem like they, in general, maybe the game isn't the type of game that answers a lot of questions in general. They probably did try to go for that kind of open-endedness, which I definitely have been playing around with ideas for as well. But it's interesting to see how this person probably seems to kind of like that, whereas the review that you sent is someone that found that to be a bit anticlimactic. So I suppose maybe there is a certain balance you would need to strike, where maybe the resolution of the game has to be rather... It has to deliver some sort of payoff, but I also think it's good if you don't answer every single question that exists. Because like post-speculation of games is also quite interesting, right? I will probably go back and see what I can do with the information I picked up in my first run. Yeah, this is the thing, like the unanswered questions can even promote more replayability to see like, oh, with the stuff I know now, can I figure out more if I play the game again? Overall, sure, it's a short experience. I personally don't think that it's that overpriced if you're familiar with other indie games. You get more playtime out of them from repetition. A lot of the reviews I've seen are around the same amount of hours as I clocked in, and I like to say that I got just the main ending. Oh, so there might be multiple endings. I don't know if everyone else got the same, got the other stuff in the game. Maybe they did, and I'm just really, really bad at games. It's kind of funny. This is the article. Thanks for sharing. Okay, so they do about 2-3 hours, 779. Yeah, very interesting. Probably a game worth having a look at. Because it definitely has similarities in a lot of cases. Obviously we have differences. Mainly in terms of like my game being more of a point and click experience. This one seems to be more of a dungeon crawler-ish, you know? But in terms of like general theme, art style, playtime length, that kind of direction and stuff, it seems like we have a lot of similarities. Yeah, we should probably give this game a go. A retro nightmare that's more puzzle than horror. That's more puzzle than horror. Interesting. Like, I think I do suppose there is a balance to strike here. Because I've argued a little bit that doesn't like every horror game kinda end up being a bit of a puzzle game? You could even go further. I could almost go as far as saying that almost every game is a bit of a puzzle game, depending on how loosely you define a puzzle. But especially horror games, I feel like because horror is not really like a gameplay genre per se. Like, horror is more of a mood and theme, whereas like most of the time I find that the actual like gameplay mechanics of a horror game often tend to be more aligned with like puzzle games. I feel like that's the case. There's a strange satisfaction that comes from getting lost in the digital static of repos. From the very first boot up screen, it feels like a forgotten relic, something I'd find buried in my dad's garage, hiding away on a dusty PC from the 70s, wedged between outdated files and long forgotten experiments. Bam bam bam. It's grimy, unsettling, and unapologetically retro in every sense. Yeah, I think that similarly to point and click, the dungeon crawler aspect of this game is definitely gonna give it even more of a retro feel. On top of that, the fact that it's also pixel art and the like square, because it seems like this is actually how the game looks to play. Like, you do have the black bars around it, and even just the square resolution is gonna make it feel even more retro. Obviously with my game, I am trying to modernize it a little bit more with like a more, you know, we do have the 16:9 resolution and we have like diegetic UI and stuff, like and technically with my like shaders and stuff even, which are not actually pixelated, it kind of makes it seem a bit more modernized, but it's still definitely the, you know, old school feeling of it. Which I think you always get with a point and click game. Just point and click is also quite an old school genre, right? At least you can pick up some atmosphere ideas, yeah, for sure. True, like, grab some key to fit in this door, but the key ends up being on the other side of the mansion and there are zombies in between. Exactly, that's what I mean, like, most horror games, in terms of what you actually do in the game, aside from like maybe running and hiding at, you know, at some times and stuff, like aside from that, most of the actual like gameplay interactions you do in a horror game often end up being like straight up puzzle mechanics. Like you said, like find the key, find the tool you need to do this, like, but then it's wrapped up with the like lurking of danger, something haunting you, jump scares, whatever it might be, you having to hide. But it's almost more of a theme rather than a gameplay aspect. And even Steam would agree, to be honest. Because on Steam, I am quite sure that, like, categories, horror is not actually a genre on Steam. There's no genre on Steam called horror. It's a theme. You have themes like anime, horror, mystery, detective, open world, sci-fi, but this is not a genre per se. they actually separate horror from the actual genres of the game. So what you would end up having is like a puzzle genre game with the theme of horror. So it kind of goes in line with what Steam does as well. The 1-bit visuals and droning sound design. Droning. Continuous low humming sound. Speak tediously in a dull monotone tone. Move with continuous humming. Okay. So it's kind of similar to what I have as the general ambience at the moment. I don't think I've heard that word before. Droning. Sound design immediately set the tone. This isn't a game that wants you to feel safe. It wants you to feel trapped both physically and existentially. You start your shift as a nameless employee of a vague monolithic...
Hey, Chappie, focus.
I am focusing. What's up, Hilfert? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Fucking meta when it's Hilfert redeeming it. Wasn't this the game that you told me about, Hilfert? I'm pretty sure you mentioned this game. And you like scared the shit out of me because you were like, oh, someone just released a game like yours. I'm pretty sure that was the case. I think this was the game. We're doing a little bit of research here. Yeah, that's one. How you doing, Hilfert? I was confused for a bit, yeah. Yeah, Hilfert has a little custom SFX there. Speaking of which, if anyone hasn't, make sure to give a little follow to the one and only Hilfert Games and check out his game Long Gone on Steam. The Company. Isn't this the same thing that Lethal Company does? Do they not also call it The Company? Appreciate the shoutouts as always, Dwyer. No worries, man. You deserve it. Finishing off the key art. Nice, nice. Is it up on Steam yet? Or you're still working on it? There's no friendly onboarding. No tutorials. Or handholding. Interesting. No friendly onboarding, no tutorials or handholding. I do suppose it's also different because I imagine that... Kinda sad to say, I imagine that this game probably has more intuitive UI. Like the fact that I use the like non-visible diegetic UI kinda forced me to have a tutorial. Still, I don't think that... I think if you do it right, tutorials is not a bad thing. Still in Photoshop? Okay. We have an ad coming up in about 30 seconds or so for any non-subscribers. So, thank you guys very much for your patience, and see you soon. Just a voice in your head warning you to not trust the beds. A flickering map system. I wonder about the map system. Someone said that was good. I don't think I saw any screenshot of it. That only reveals itself after sipping tea. A cruelly limited amount of energy that depletes with every action. Walking, shooting, unlocking doors. It all costs precious steps. Oh, like as in like an actual game mechanic? And once you run out, that's it. You collapse. Back to the start. Oh. Unless, of course, you've memorized or scribbled down one of the game's old-school save codes. Repos doesn't believe in autosaves. You got a pencil, don't you? Oh, that's interesting! This mechanic alone makes the game feel incredibly tense. Every hallway becomes a decision, every room is a gamble. You're not just navigating a labyrinth of corridors, you're planning a route through potential death traps. The game almost plays like a memory puzzle disguised as a dungeon crawler. Kinda like 10 Bows. 10 Bows kinda plays like a memory puzzle disguised as a walking simulator. Kinda. Another solo dev to follow, very nice. Indeed, you should definitely check out Hilfert. One of the best, if I don't dare to say so. If I dare to say so. If a Mist and System Shock had a weird baby, I don't think I know either of these games, and fed it nothing but CRT fuzz and corporate horror designs. Combat is sparse but stressful. Oh, and even that limits your energy. Glow state is beautiful and in stark contrast to the dark world, but also makes you visible from further away. So that's kind of similar to what I'm planning to do. Like you need the flashlight to see, but it's also something that might alert dangers of your presence. I love the look of Survival Lights with the river mechanics. Yeah, Conrad's game is looking really dope as well. There are guns, but they're rare. Every resource feels earned. That said, enemy variety is fairly limited. Once you've encountered a few wandering husks in diving suits, you're basically seeing the full cast of threats. Okay, the ads should be over. Welcome back, people. What's your game? Here you can see Conrad's game as well. It's up on itch currently, a early version of it called Hemomancer. Is this a review or the dev description? This is a review. I think this is like a proper article on the game. Which is clear, just now we get to the negative part, according to them. That's part of where Repos stumbles. While its atmosphere and style oozing with flavor, the short length and somewhat shallow narrative undercuts the impact. You'll likely finish the game in under 2 hours, and while it teases a deeper mystery, cryptic warnings, surreal rooms, spooky co-workers, it never quite delivers the payoff you're hoping for. Interactions that feel rushed. Just when the story feels like it might unravel into something grander, it abruptly ends. So it feels like they found it a bit anticlimactic. Like you didn't get the payoff that you were hoping for. So yeah, that, like I said, I think that kind of goes to show that you probably need to strike a... Yeah, exactly, I feel like they felt disappointed by the ending, it sounds like. Maybe the fact that they left too many questions unanswered. I do think unanswered questions are nice, almost specifically in horror games and stuff, or mystery games. But I feel like you still need to tie together enough to where it also becomes like satisfying to finish the game. Because if you finish the game with only unanswered questions, I understand that someone might feel a bit disappointed. So I think there's a balance you kind of want to strike here. I think short games like this struggle to put together a really satisfying mystery. Yeah, just the playtime is interesting. Like, I realize that if I'm gonna aim to do something like a 2-3 hour experience, the story can't be too big. Because then it's gonna be rushed. But I also don't know if I want to make like a 10-hour game out of this. Because I would rather make a short, sweet, well-packed game that's like every room matters kind of thing, rather than having something that feels drawn out. I'd rather have people finish the game than having people get bored midpoint and quit. Do you know what I mean? You just need to have a good ending. Really focus on that moment, yeah. Then you can make it short. Yeah, just that's what I was saying as well. Like, with all this being said, they kind of phrase it as the short length being a problem. I don't think that the short length is the problem here. It sounds like the problem is that they... shallow narrative that felt rushed and stuff. It sounds like they pushed too much narrative into too short of an experience, and maybe didn't do a satisfying ending. But that's not like, it doesn't sound like it's directly a problem with the game being short, right? Like indirectly, yes, it does have an effect here, but I don't think this is the actual like critical point of why they found this part to be negative. Is what people walk away with, not the hours they put in. Yeah, exactly. I agree, it's tough with a short game if you focus only on the ending. You're really banking on hitting it correctly. But still, I do feel like, as you said, Hilfert is what people walk away with. I do think that having unanswered questions make people more walk away with the game or whatever, like still have the game a bit in their thoughts. It can also like promote post-play discussions, like the water cooler type of discussion that, oh, did you notice this? What do you think that meant? Blah, blah, whatever it might be. So I think there's a balance to be found here. It's tough because with a mystery, you really need to hit the reveal like 30 seconds before the players figures it out. I played Journey for 2 hours over 10 years ago. I still think about that game. I haven't played it. I've listened to a podcast with the developers. Or some of the developers, I suppose. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think you don't need to have long playtime. But I do think I need to be... It sounds like I might need to be aware so that I don't cram in too much into the short... Like, it has to be kind of short and sweet. We don't want to make it feel rushed either. It shouldn't be short because we, like, squeeze the game together into this, like, really short playtime, you know? If it should be short, it should be short because there's not any need to put on more things on top of it. Does that kind of make sense? Anyway, still, despite those shortcomings, Repos leaves an impression. The commitment to its aesthetic is admirable. I can't speak. The sound design gritty, pulsing, sometimes eerily silent, sells the dread of working in a forgotten outpost of bureaucracy. The environments, all monochrome angles and sharp textures, feel alien yet familiar, like wandering through a nightmare version of your office building. There's something powerful in its restraint, even when that restraint occasionally holds the experience back. If you're looking for a horror puzzle hybrid that trades in gore for existential unease, Repos is worth clocking into. Just don't expect a long-term contract. It's a short gig, a strange one, a little undercooked, but there's magic in its madness. Here's hoping the company is hiring again soon. Pretty nice review, to be honest. Like, as in, like, it's quite well written, I'd say. Final score 3.5 out of 10. Yeah, definitely, I think we need to play this game. Because it's, like I said, in terms of art style, general theme, and kind of the playtime I'm going for, it seems like we are doing a lot of things similarly, although having differences, you know? But it seems like it has a good response. Like, how long has this been out? About 10 days or so? 11? 63 mainly positive reviews. But here, what's happening here? Like, here they go a little bit bluish. Oh, do they have film grain as well? It looks like this is film grain going on. So they do play around with other colors. This is gray, bluish, white, red. They are playing around a bit with colors as well. It seems to mainly be this type of color scheme or whatever you want to call it, but it seems like they do play around with other colors. If you screw up that timing, players come away with these sort of reviews, yeah. Counterpoint would be something like Who's Lila, which is short, but the branching paths means that not much is revealed in a single playthrough. It focuses on a 20-minute gameplay loop and expects you to play it a few dozen times if you want to figure everything out. Yeah, just I do think I would kinda like to make the game one of those where like probably maybe if you like play the game again, you're gonna like figure out more and stuff. But I also don't think potentially even have a separate ending or something. But I also don't want to over focus on replayability, because I think that can sometimes be a mistake. Because I still think that most people are probably gonna play it once and be satisfied. So for that reason, I think it's important to make sure that the first playthrough is fun and rewarding. But then have stuff that potentially just could encourage a second playthrough or whatever. But not make it like necessary either, or like, yeah, objectively like needed. I don't know. It's all about those vibes, man, yeah. Vibes are important here, unironically, true. Should we play it? We probably should. We probably should. What is happening here? In-game UI. Just gonna sort out this button so it looks like the actual map. I don't need it to be this big. This is highly unnecessary. Germinator, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. There are amazing people out there on Sully Gnome. I just saw a Brazilian Twitch streamer played my game. Ooh, nice. And I saw that he... Wait, I saw that he was live right now. Went back to thank them. That community is super huge. Showed great interest. And they are playing the game again now. Nice, man. That's what she said. What's up, Rune son? How you doing? Hope you're doing good, man. Shaminator, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I mean, technically this is all I need if I'm just gonna do a button. Because it is never really bigger than this. Okay. I can't be bothered. I'm gonna sort that out later. So let's do this. Can I call this... No, this is so weird. Map button. Yeah, we do this, and then we just place it here. Why am I doing a new sprite for this? I just place it here, and make it smaller. Boom. And we have the map button. Apply. That makes more sense. Now, map button. Let's change this sprite into this. Wait, why is this as a button? Why is that still showing? Oh, because I also have the non-lit layer, of course. So this also needs to be the map button. Set native size. There we go. Always a joy when streamers check out indie devs and enjoy them. Yeah, for sure. Love the way he respects the game devs when checking their games. Ask their name, because there are some Brazilian streamers that are famous for the opposite. Ooh, I see. Are you Brazilian as well, Shaminator? Out of curiosity. Exit interactions. Map hitbox. Okay, so this one is unneeded. This one we should probably move. This should be hidden, so I guess we can put it something like here. I'm gonna activate this. Dude, I hate that these disappear when I zoom in. But I know that happens because of my new Z values. We are actually playing around a little bit in 3D here for the spatial audio. But it's kind of annoying. Wait, now I can zoom in. Wait, what? That's so confusing. Okay, I'm not gonna complain though. Map button. Okay, so X value should be something 0.5. And the shown position should be a whole number. I think we we should put you more here though. T is the key binding for that one, okay. And let's see, that's the hitbox. I guess we put this one at the shown position first. That looks pretty good. Amisis! Terve terme suomalainen veli perkele. How are you doing? Why did I do that? Don't know. Welcome in, man. How's your stream? Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate ya. Elps, welcome in as well. How did it go for you? Were you working on the boss? If anyone does not know of Amisis, definitely go and check him out. Working on a really cool game called Shadows of Tuonela. If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game, which you can see a little slightly outdated teaser for right about here. There you go. Actually, the teaser is getting really outdated, but we got work to do. We don't have time to fix that at the moment. Let me catch up here. I missed some stuff in chat. 10 Bells had 400 wishlists on release. Oh, actually. Interesting. It was always a nice surprise when people were playing it. Dude, I mean, 10 Bells did fucking good then. I mean, for having 400 wishlists on release, that seems... I would have expected more, to be honest. Interesting. It's a touchy subject on Twitch, and really comes down to the respect on both sides, whether it's self-promoting or not. Yeah, and the vibe of the channel, how appropriate it is. I think every category has people cool with it and people that aren't. Wait, are you talking in regards to in regards to like self-promotion stuff? I assume. Yeah. Even chickens like Chirpy and Ayat enjoyed it. Yeah, true. This is how it went. Let me check it out. Huge progress and mid-tier meltdowns. Game development in a nutshell, isn't it?
Broken her? I think I've broken her. What's happened? Fuck. Guys, I'm tired.
Yep. That is game development. Oh, that's funny.
Fuck.
GG, man. Yeah, if anyone hasn't, definitely go and check out Shadows of Tuonela, game inspired by the RuneScape Wilderness. Cool stuff, cool stuff. Check it out. Make sure to wishlist and follow the game. Yeah, we had about 10,000 players after 400 wishlist. That is fucking impressive, man. That's why I'm concerned about Long Gone having almost 100k wishlist now. Yeah. How is that possible? Luck? Yeah, I assume it's just Steam algorithm and content creators, perhaps, who pushed it up. I imagine. Some combination of it. Yeah, after 5 hours you just gotta stop. I always start to do the most stupid things after that, yeah. But I gotta run, have a good one. No worries, Amisis. Thank you very much for the raid, as always. I do appreciate you, man, and have a good one. The game reviewed pretty well. I think that was the main reason we picked up some traction on bells. When you say reviewed pretty well, do you mean on like actual Steam reviews or like external reviews or whatever you want to call it? Holy shit, 100k wishlist, Rasma. Yeah, man, like, dude's insane. Absolutely insane. That is a fat number, it is indeed. Streamers didn't move sales much. Oh, interesting. Okay, let me have a look here. What are we doing? We're fixing this one. We need to find a pixel perfect position because we are purists like that. Map hitbox, this looks pretty good. So I want to move down and maybe a bit to the left. So down, I suppose, whoops, the wrong one. Like 41, and then we do minus 40.5. That's probably fine. So we want this to be our show position, I think. How does this look in game? Maybe a bit too small. I think it should be. I think it should be bigger. What if we go like 2 more pixels left and maybe 5 pixels up? Yeah. Because it doesn't matter if the button is bigger than the hitbox. The hitbox is only to show the button. But when the button is up, it doesn't really matter. Did you also get your post 10 review spike? Yeah, that does seem to be a thing. Yeah, Steam reviews is at 96% still. It was 100% until review 100 or something. That is impressive. I mean, the game is really sick. What's up, Brodox? Welcome in, man. And Cherno, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. I have worked on my practice project for 4 months. Last 2 weeks has been about weapon equip system and weapon throwing. Interesting. What's your project? Full time since October. Holy shit, we actually went full time at the same time. I also went full time in October. I made a prototype a couple of years ago though. On my game it's only YouTubers that are creating sales. The Steam algo doesn't do anything since I'm at mostly positive. Yeah, you get spikes at different review points. 10, 100 and 500, I believe, are the buckets. Okay. So 10, 100 and 500 reviews. How many wishlists are you at? I'm definitely nowhere close to Hillfoot Games, that's for sure. It's not a competition though, it's not a competition. I'm not jealous, shut up, I'm not jealous whatsoever. Okay, we have some ads coming up. Let me... I'll answer the wishlist stuff after the ads have played. Thank you guys for your patience. Was 10 Bells a side project, then if only full-time since August? How long were you... Dude, didn't you guys make... Yeah, exactly, 10 Bells in like 3.5 months. Fucking impressive, man. Was laid off last spring and we jumped in to get it out fast. It's why we didn't build wishlists. What's up, AE? Welcome in. Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. How many in we? It was Hillfoot Games and Acrylic Pixel, right? I think you might have had some, but like as in main developers, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Had a couple of other people jump in for a couple of weeks to help out with other bits, exactly. Because I remember in the last portion of the game you have some like credit stuff, like actual in-game credits, pretty neat. Like there's paintings of the developers and stuff in the game. So I remember there were a few extra, but I assume that you and Acrylic were like the main developers or whatever you want to call it. Or like full-time, yeah. Do I still have the command for it? I think I might. Is it gone? Oh, I think that was part of... it was part of Streamlabs, I think. But this is the game we are talking about. Definitely check it out. One, not gonna lie, one of the best horror games I've ever played. And I've played like 3. But no, to be fair, that doesn't negate it. It's a really, really good game. Check it out. I tried to make... Oh, let's see. Let me wait for the ads to finish. How are you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. How are you, AE? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Friday. Friendship, no worries, man. You deserve it. Solo for now. Okay, we have the position. Boom. I think this one is hard-coded though, so we're gonna have to find it. Show map button. That was very easy. Oh no. Show button position. Oh, it's not hard-coded. It's just private. Okay. Oh wait, what do I actually move here? Map button is what I move. What exactly is the map button? Okay, it is that one, good. So I move you to 0. Oh, is that because I do local move? Ah. Oh wait, this is local. Right? Yeah, this is local position. Whoops. So I think we want to change this a bit then. I mean, I could also change the map hitbox now. Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Because that's gonna change that position. Nah, I can't be bothered. Okay, I think the ads should be over. Let me catch up now. Let's see here. Cherno, you asked how many wishlists are you at? I am currently sitting at about, if not exactly, 270 wishlists. Yeah, indeed. We are sitting at 270. So it's not great, but it's not too shabby. We're getting there. It is increasing. To be fair though, I'm definitely not doing enough marketing. Like I do need to start like promoting this game at some point, but I'm also not too stressed out about it because I am still quite early in the development. However, yeah, if anyone hasn't wishlisted the game yet, please make sure to do so. I do very much appreciate it. Always love hearing good stories on the indie front, indeed. Ups and downs, but I'm okay. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay, AE. Oh, Do Tween stuff? Yeah, we did implement Do Tween a while back, and so far I'm really happy with it. I'm really happy with it. 270, dude, that's actually really good. Shut up, man. Shut up. I'm not listening to you, Hilfert. If we're gonna talk about wishlists, I'm not gonna listen to you. No, I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Wow, that's pretty good. Let me give you mine. Thank you very much, Keanu. Appreciate ya. 271 now, indeed. Thank you, man. It means a lot. We crawled wishlists on Belslol. We had a full trailer and everything, yeah. I do think the fact that I'm streaming the development, because let's be honest here, most of my wishlists do come from like my community and stuff. I do think that's the case. But, and like the game dev community on Twitch in general, I suppose, as well. But I do need to hit a broader audience at some point, I feel like. But that's gonna be later on when we do like the proper trailers and maybe some devlog stuff on YouTube. If anyone is interested, I am at some point, soon trademark, soon TM, going to start posting some devlog stuff on YouTube as well. So feel free to throw a little subscription that way too, if you're interested. I'm gonna need it, because my current content on YouTube is very different. It's more like language related. And I think there's a big possibility that that's gonna hurt my game dev stuff quite a lot. Because if my old subscribers are not as interested in the content, that's gonna give me a worse click-through ratio and worse viewer retention, which might make YouTube promote the video less. All in all, like, not great stuff. So I'm gonna need, when I actually start publishing those videos and stuff, I am gonna need some support from you guys, so I would very much appreciate it. So, wait, how long did you have the Steam page up before the release, Hilfert? Out of curiosity. Only 130 wishlists left and you sell 10k copies? Yeah, exactly. Long Gone is an anomaly, man. Ironic. Since 10 Bells is a anomaly game. I don't, sorry. Just ignore it, lol. I use 10 Bells as an actual reference, yeah. No, I do see what you mean. Can't you just break it out on a second YouTube channel linked to your main and cross-promote? Yeah, I mean, I could, but I'm not sure if I want to do it. Like, to be clear, I already have 4 YouTube channels that I'm trying to somewhat run at the same time. Those are more different in terms of actual formatting and stuff. Like, I have my VOD channel and my clip channel and then my main and second channel. So I already have quite a lot of YouTube channels. And my main reasoning as to why I don't think I want to do more like separate channels for different types of content, although I know that you can argue that it would be better for the actual content, it's also just the fact that, like, I've done a lot of stuff, right? I've had a lot of different interests. Like, I started off on Twitch doing digital art, not game dev related whatsoever, just like actual, just practicing art. And then I did like gaming stuff, and you know, I've been around a little bit in different types of areas. And the thing that I always come back to is that if I end up making like a new channel for everything that I want to pursue, I would sit here with like 1 active channel and 37 dead channels. And at that point, at some point I just go, isn't it better for me to have 1 channel that I'm more like consistent on, rather than having multiple dead channels that never even hit like the partner threshold or whatever? Like, I feel like that's the case. So for me personally, long term, I think it might be better to stick to 1 in regards to, but whereas like I understand that if you just look at 1 project as is, I do understand it would probably be better for me to have a separate channel. But yeah, I don't know, because then I'm just gonna kill the channel I have now. That's really what's gonna happen. And good enough, like a lot of my content currently is related to Portuguese, and my first devlog is a very Portuguese related game, so hopefully there is a little bit of overlap there. Like, that could make some people a bit more interested. Just don't notify subs when posting the video. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, could be an idea as well. How you doing, Trevino? Hope you're doing good, man. 2 months-ish. That's how long you had this Steam page up? Interesting. For and Devin, when do you sleep? Well, the thing is that I'm just not as consistent as I should be. That is the issue. Like, I've been very consistent on my VOD channel because it's the most low effort. I just throw up the unedited VODs as is. But I'm like hundreds of clips behind on my clip channel, and I'm like 3 or 4 main channel videos behind. So I like the thing that ends up happening is that I'm barely keeping up, or I'm not keeping up. That's really the case. And partly because of my time management, I don't dedicate enough time to editing. I do think that's a very big issue I'm having at the moment. I need to start actually being more disciplined and actually like strictly dedicate time to edit. That's really what I need to do. But yeah, if you want to check out all the channels on YouTube, you can find the links right there to every single one. We pushed hard on it. I had 50k followers on TikTok. We barely scrapped 400 wish lists. Yeah, the conversion on TikTok, probably not the best, right? I dabbled with YouTube, never made it to monetization, didn't push hard for the sub count, but vids did fairly well. It's an interesting beast. It is. I did have monetization. My main channel was monetized. I did lose it. They did kick me off the partner program, but I was monetized for a couple of years. But unfortunately, I did lose the status, and I'm no longer monetized, so goodbye ad revenue. But I only have myself to blame, so I can't really complain, because I didn't realize you could lose it. Yeah, you can. Apparently you can lose it due to inactivity. If you don't post enough, then they might actually kick you off. I did get a warning as well that they were gonna do it if I didn't post something. But I didn't have any video nearly ready in that timeline. So yeah, I ended up getting kicked off. It is what it is. YouTube is the best platform for wishlist by a long shot, yeah. 6 million views on TikTok is equal to about 15k wishlists. 600 views on YouTube, 80,000 wishlists. Yeah, that's a big difference in actual conversion. Is the place for indie devs? Yeah, does seem like it. Doing good. Would even venture to say never notify subs on videos. All my worst performing videos were when we notified subs. Interesting. Stopped notifying, then boom, they blew up. Yeah, because I do suppose that every notification you send out and someone not clicking on the video is instantly gonna hurt the click-through rate, right? That is what happens. Whereas if they find it naturally as a subscriber, that still means that they probably were looking for something to watch, so they're more inclined to actually watch the video as well. Yeah, I can kind of see the logic of it. Did I get back on the YouTube grind too? Yeah. My editing backlog is fucking staring at me and it hurts. That's where I'm at. Short-form content platforms tend to reward moving on immediately from the content. Yeah, plus you can't really build a platform because you need to go viral every single time. Yeah. And I mean, the main issue with TikTok and Instagram and stuff is just the fact that you can't fucking link. It's such bullshit. And even when you can link, it's that whole thing about you like opening a like in-app browser thing. Like it just sucks. Whereas YouTube is like you're fully allowed to link wherever you want, no issue. Like no questions asked. So for general promotion, it's just so much better. What's up, Omed? Welcome in. How you doing? Hope you had a good Friday. Exactly, and then you have to take into account dead subs on top of that. Yeah, which I probably have a lot of, because let's be honest here, I have like, what, 4,600 subs or something on my main channel. And like most of those are like 3-4 years old or something. You know, so it's very likely that I do have a lot of dead subs on YouTube. They don't allow links to wishlist. That's all it is. Yeah, exactly. YouTube does. Yeah, he does have devlog. Yeah, Hilford does have devlogs for Long Gone. At least. I don't know about 10 bells, but Long Gone. Are you familiar with animation rigging? Can't say I am. It's something I actually have never done. So far, I've pretty much almost only worked with pixel art games. And for that reason, I do very little rigging. What's up, Gamian? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, we didn't do any devlogs for bells. How did the trailers and stuff perform? Why do I keep grabbing this one? That's not what I want to grab. No. Look, I'm still getting used to my new vertical mouse, okay? My accuracy is a little bit iffy. Garbage, interesting. The teaser was good, the teaser fucking got me, man. I'm learning rigging in Unreal Engine. It ain't Maya, but it gets the job done for one-off ability animations. Rigging? Oh, you don't like it, Sharpish? How come, Ahmed? Are you doing some animation rigging at the moment? I do see that rigging seems like doing rigging and animations with it seems incredibly convenient. So I am kind of sad that I can't do it. It's just that it doesn't really work for pixel art, does it? Unless you're gonna start doing like rotated pixels and stuff, which I would prefer not to do. But otherwise, rigging seems nice. It seems like a nice workflow. Because for most of these type of games, you have to like draw new frames for each part of the animation. You have to actually draw the new position or whatever, which is kinda long. I like the teaser and the trailer. I worked hard on them, but they just didn't catch. Yeah, sometimes, you know, there is always that like luck aspect of it as well. To be honest, I'm not even sure I'm using the right word, rigging. I made a control rig from an existing skeletal mesh and used it to make an animation sequence. From an existing skeletal mesh. Yeah, because I suppose that just the word rigging would be actually like setting up the bones, right? I assume. But then you still work with animation that, you know, connected to rigs or whatever you want to call it. Animation and art are just not my strong points. Always takes me a bit longer than they should. Yeah, same here. That's why to be fair, in this game, I mean, if you pay attention, you realize that there's almost not a single animation anywhere in the game. It's kind of mad. It works surprisingly well, but I pretty much don't have animations. It's just like instant switches of objects and stuff. But with the sound effects and stuff, it kind of works, and it gives me a very good workflow. Because I think if I started doing animations for everything, I would like quadruple the amount of time I would have to spend on this game. Because light-wise, I would say that I don't think that... I feel kind of fine doing art, but I feel like animations becomes too much work. Because I don't think I am that like... I feel like I can do decent art, but I'm not always the most efficient. Does that make sense? I got my trailers finished. All I need to do is make my thumbnails for them and then have Steam approve my Steam page. Nice, man! And to be fair, if you're only publishing the page, you don't actually need to have the trailer. But I did do it, because I still think it's good to have one, but... If you want to publish the actual game build, you need a trailer, but for the page, you technically don't. Still, the argument is that it's still probably good to have it. Okay, button show position, do local move Y. Yeah, we can actually only keep the local move Y. That is fine. So we never touch the X value. Then map button. This should be the show position. Button show position is equal to minus 42.5. Button hide position I get in a wait, so that means that now all I have to do is grab this and position you here, and we should be good to go. Let's see if this works. Need the coffee, be right back. No worries, man. See you soon. I need to get some tea as well. Okay, this is not working. It is there. Oh, did I move the entire hitbox? Is that why I did? No, the hitbox is here. Okay, let's see if we can have the scene view active at the same time and see what happens. Oh, I messed something up. Oh, did I accidentally take the X value? I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Button show position should be 46. I still read it as luck, it's too early. Nice. Does Joel setting up pages on the storefront is a huge intimidating step? Absolutely. T, are you betraying fika culture? I pretty much am. You know, I did drink one coffee today, but I've gone down a lot in terms of coffee consumption. But I do think I did used to drink, like as the Swede I am, I did drink a lot of coffee. Like it wouldn't be that unusual for me to have like 6 cups a day. And at some point you go, I wonder how good it is for me to drink this amount of coffee, do you know what I mean? So I decided to try and minimize it a little bit, and to be fair, now I actually do mainly drink tea. I might have like 1 cup during the day, never in the morning though. I've completely stopped having like morning coffee. Because once again, like, if we're gonna be technical about it, drinking coffee the first thing you do in the morning is not really that good for you, because you kinda mess a little bit with the body's natural process of waking up. So what I do now is that I have a cup of tea in the morning, and then like now, today for example, right before I started the stream, I just poured 1 cup of coffee, and that's pretty much it. Oh, is it that I think this bug? Yeah, I know why it is. It's because I'm not disabling it quick enough. You can see here on the scene view to the left of the cursor that the button actually stays down for a little bit before it gets disappeared. I think we need to destroy this or disable the button much earlier. Now it stayed as well. Why? Okay. Oh, is it because I trigger on pointer exit? Yeah, I think on pointer exit cancels that animation. Thus the disabling doesn't happen. I think that's why we get that little bug. Going to follow that coffee? Nice. Thankfully there are numerous places, including Steam itself, that give you advice and best practices on things like caps lock. Yeah, and tons of game pages to study from. Indeed, indeed. You may be right about natural body processes, but afternoon coffee drinkers are neither heathens or salespeople. Oh, that's funny. Twins are nice for that kind of animations. Yeah, exactly. I feel like, especially when you do these quite simple ones, right? Like in this case, the button and the actual map showing is just a, you know, vertical move. Like it's a one frame or one position difference. It has a start and it has a finish, and that's it. And for that kind of stuff, I feel like programmatic, like twin animations, are so much easier to work with, I think, compared to doing something like the animation system. What's up, Bit Casual? Welcome in. What is up? We're working on some, trying to fix some bugs from the latest playtest that we found. So currently I'm working on this. We have an issue where the map button, you can sometimes get visible while you're holding the map. This is obviously very weird because technically these two should be the same object, right? So that shouldn't happen. It should be like this. Once this one is open, that one should never be visible. I wonder though, does this mean that... Oh, this is super easy. Wait, I don't even need to change the code. Could I not just drag the map hitbox behind the open map? Because the map hitbox has a background blocker that blocks everything in the view, which means that you're not gonna be able to trigger it. Why do it through code when I can literally just do this? I'm pretty sure that's gonna fix the issue. Even if it doesn't get disabled, you're still not gonna be able to bring it up. Which means that even disabling it is kind of unnecessary. Fuck! How did that happen? Raychar's target. This one should block it. Oh no, wait, I put it on the wrong place, did I? Wait. Oh no. That's a first in a very long time. That's the first time Unity crashes in a very long time. When did I save? Did do a commit earlier. I'm a little bit scared here. I have returned. Did you get a crash? Yeah, for the first time in probably like... I mean, it's months. I've heard people complain about Unity crashing and stuff. I almost never have issues. This was the first. It was me spamming undo. I was spamming undo, Control Z, and that's when it crashed. This is gonna be interesting. Are you doing some work here? Are you sick? Do you need help? Blink twice if someone is holding a gun behind the camera. Yeah, we're actually being pretty productive today. It's kind of mad. What's up, Wakacha? Nice to have you. Okay, we have an ad coming up in about 20 seconds. As I said, I'm gonna go and get myself a little bit of tea here as well. Hilfert kinda inspired me. I'm more British though, apparently, because I actually have tea. But I'll be back before the ads are over. Most likely. Thank you guys very much for your patience. And I'll see you in just a little bit. And we're gonna see whether or not I lost some progress in the game. This is gonna be interesting. Cheers. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys very much for your patience. I do appreciate it. Let me start off by catching up with chat here. Do twin sequences are also great when you learn it. Sequences as in tying them together, is that what you mean? Or do you mean the thing when you add like a ease and like a on complete, or is that the thing you mean? Diegetic dissonance? Yeah, that's a good term, that's pretty much what it is. RIP project, we'll see. I'm a little bit scared to start this, to be honest. Esports ready engine. Most of the times when Unity has crashed on me, I have created infinite loop or something. Yeah, same here actually. I think I can probably count on one hand how many times Unity has crashed on me. And I think the majority of them has been, as you said, me working with like some while loop and accidentally creating some like infinite loop. It's most of the time it's my issue. Or my fault. It has actually been very, very rare for me to have a bug or like a crash that I feel like is Unity's fault. Do you know what I mean? I've had one crash in the past 2 years, yeah. I think this might be the first or second crash that's not because of a infinite loop. Unreal Engine crashes whenever it wants, actually, but it has a really good autosave recovery system. I have lost progress before in Unity because of my infinite loop crashes, so I'm hoping I didn't lose too much here. It looks like I still have some stuff saved in here though. Should I commit this? In case Unity like reloads this in some manner. Should I do a commit just in case? You guys think? I'm thinking like if the autosave system goes back and this is no longer a thing, so it removes some of this or something. I don't know, this is just speculation here. Unreal Engine has a quirky personality. That's fucking funny. Such a good playthrough of Bells. Yeah, it is. It was a very fun one, to be honest. And that's the thing. One of the reasons why it's taking me more time to get the 10 Bells video out as well is because I keep speculating whether that video might actually end up being good enough for a main channel video. However, the issue is that I'm also a fucking perfectionist where I can't post stuff in non-chronological order. I don't know what's fucking wrong with me, but I can't do it. Like, one of the reasons why I'm not posting all of my Twitch clips to YouTube right now is because I have a few old clips I haven't posted yet. And for some reason, I just can't post something now and then post something older. Like, I have this weird obsession that everything has to be in chronological order. And I don't think, it probably doesn't matter that much, to be honest. But in my head, for some reason, it just does. I overthink the fact that I really need to have chronological order on my videos and stuff. So, we'll see. Unity crashes on me constantly. The trick is to have all sorts of weird hardware requirements. Sometimes it feels like Unreal Engine is a cat. When you are not giving it enough attention, it just crashes. Interesting. The recovery system is so good that I have not lost anything in the last 2 years. Once I lost days of work for corruption, but that was my own fault. Yeah, I feel like most of the time when it gets really bad, it's usually that I've fucked something up, you know. I've learned to never undo in Unity, not IDE, because the only time I've ever lost progress due to crash is because of it, yeah. Which we're gonna see now, because that is exactly what I did. I think usually undo is fine, but yeah, I don't think I should spam undo the way I did now, because I did like, 8 undos in 2 seconds or something, and that's when it hung up. Do Twin can create a sequence where you can play twins one after another, or at the same time. Interesting, yeah, I should probably look into that more. I don't think I really do that. I mean, I kind of do it with the .onComplete function thingy you can do. I probably tie some together, but I don't know if that's specifically what you're referring to. Better to post it out of order than not at all. Yes, that is true. However, obviously the issue is that I keep thinking that I'm gonna post this. I am gonna post it. Because the thing that sucks is that the reason I have such a big editing backlog is because there's a potential with each post, right? Like, that's kind of the thing, like, and usually it's hard to tell what is gonna do good. Like on my short channel or whatever, for example, it's rarely the clips that I think are gonna do good are rarely the ones that do good, and the ones I didn't expect to do good are the ones that kind of pop off and get like 20,000 views or whatever. And I'm like, it seems like it's actually kind of hard to expect what's gonna do good, and therefore like each of these like unposted clips or videos and stuff is like they have a potential, you know, where I feel like not finishing them is such a waste of a potential when I have the content for it. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of the dilemma of it, I suppose. Does Unity have any autosave system? I don't even know if they do, to be honest. I mean, they do have some... Yeah, I think they have some... I don't know. I actually don't know exactly how it works. Okay, does anyone have an idea? Should I try to commit this? Or should I just open Unity? Does it matter? I don't know. I don't have enough experience with crashes, and I'm still relatively new to Git. See, this is why I just think everything is going to tank. Then I don't have to worry about it. I do see what you mean there, yeah, I see what you mean. So what you're saying is that I'm just being too optimistic? I should believe less? I should think I'm more shit than I am. Okay. I'm joking. I mean, I guess there's nothing hurting doing a commit. Probably not. What did I do with the rooms? I don't care. Yes, be more negative, expect the worst, hope for the best. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's a good way to put it, actually. Expect the worst, but hope for the best. Oh shit, when I made this build, I probably should have merged these branches, right? I didn't think about that. Yeah, I suppose each time I publish a build to Steam, that's a pretty good point when I should merge branches. Okay, let's see. Yeah, because there's definitely a thing on YouTube and stuff with views in general. It's very easy to get expectations, especially if you've had something kind of pop off a bit. And it can be a little bit daunting because it's easy to kind of start dogging on yourself when you don't get the same type of engagement later on, do you know what I mean? I think sometimes I actually think back on it, and because for me, on YouTube, like, one of the first videos I ever posted kind of popped off, and I ended up getting like, I don't know, I think I'm sitting at something like 120 to 150,000 views or something. And sometimes I think back and I wonder if that was actually good for me. I wonder if it would have been better for me to have more of a slow growth. Because back then, I think I ended up... When the first video I ever posted did really well, I do think I got a little bit of an expectation. Maybe not expectation, but I felt like I had a... I guess I kind of more demanded it from myself that my other videos should do equally well. Because if the first one did good, and then I feel like I become better, I do better editing and stuff, I feel like, now this one should obviously do better than my first video, right? But since that's like, in some regard, it's like out of your control, right? Like indirectly, you can do stuff that correlate with you getting more views or whatever it might be, of course. But like, in essence, that's still something that's controlled by other people. Like, it's not really in your control, so you shouldn't really think about it in that type of manner, because, yeah, exactly, like, it's not really... It's not really healthy. It's not all cracked up to be, because it doesn't last more than a few weeks. Then you just worry about everything getting back to it. Yeah, because you've set a new norm, right? Because as soon as you've had a video hit over like 100,000 views, now getting like 1,000 views doesn't mean anything anymore. It's kind of fucked, but it's hard to get away from it, where like, if I would have posted my first video, like when my first video hit 1,000 views, I was like, holy shit, that's fucking mad. And then when my first video ended up hitting like 100,000, when I posted my next video and say that one, when that video hits like 10,000 views, I was like, oh, that's a bit shite, isn't it? But like 2 weeks ago, I was happy with 1,000 views. But now like my own expectation has kind of been derailed by the virality or whatever. And like the thing that's so bad about these kind of numbers and looking at this kind of statistic is the fact that you end up, like you get used to it very, very quickly. Do you know what I mean? Okay, we did lose a bit of work here. How much did we lose? Do I still have a sound effect here at least? Okay, that's still done. What else did we do? It seems like we lost some in regards to the map. I guess it maybe was just the stuff I hadn't saved. So probably not too much. Do we still have the new animation? I think so. I think we only lost the button. Nope. Well, that's fucking weird. We don't have an animation whatsoever. Or it's very quick. Oh, it didn't save this, that's why. Show button 0.5, hide button 0.2, map animation duration 0.65, I think. And like, yeah, I don't know, the same thing kind of goes with Twitch, to be honest, as well. Like, it's really surprising how quickly you get used to stuff. Like, I was streaming to like 5 viewers for multiple years, you know. Like, I started streaming like 10 years ago. I mean, I was shit, that's why like barely no one watched me, but I really appreciate the people who watched me. Some of them are still here, so fucking shout out to you OGs. But I have been streaming for a very long time. And back then, it's interesting to think about how, like, if I had 10 viewers, I was like, damn, like, I'm doing good today, you know, because I wasn't used to having 10 viewers. Whereas, it's fucking interesting where, even though it hasn't been long, my average now is somewhere like 20-30 viewers. Not massive change, but it's obviously more. And if I would stream and have an average of 10 viewers today, I would feel like, oh damn, I'm doing so bad. Like, what am I doing wrong? Like, it's easy to start like judging yourself for this kind of stuff, but it is really unhealthy. Like, you do need to have that kind of, the ability to kind of step away from it. I have a threshold in my head now. If a video gets over 10k, then it gets a pause regardless of the platform. Yeah, that's probably a good way to see it. Like, have a more general one. But then probably put that quite low, because you have a video that got like, what, 500,000 or something on YouTube? So I think it's easy for a lot of people to now set the threshold at like 500,000 and be like, yeah, obviously I'm supposed to hit this every time now. But that's like, it's like you can't have those expectations. I see 1 million plus shorts and videos as anomalies. They're not normal. I can't expect them to keep coming. Exactly. 10k is the norm. Yeah, I think that's the way you kind of have to view it. Yeah, saved your scripts, didn't save the scene. Yeah. Just came back. What happened? You lost progress? Yeah, I might have crashed Unity slightly there. But fortunately, we didn't lose too much. We did not lose too much. Yeah, so that's all fine. So do I still have the button here in the in-game UI? It should be saved in the image, since that's externally. But do I have the... Yeah, I still have this one. Okay, that's good. So I assume we just need to set up this stuff again. So all in all, it definitely could have been worse. Oh, you know what I just realized? Could I not keep the parent object here? No, just you also have a sprite, right? Never mind. I do need to move this one. Does that look? Maybe a little bit higher than it needs to be. Let's do like... Did we have it at 45? I think we might have. Let's try something like that. Did I... No, these were still hard-coded, so let's have a look. Oh no, button show position 46. Okay, so that, yeah, the scripts are still saved, right? So in that case, I don't have to worry about that. All we need to do is to reposition the map button somewhere like here. This time we're gonna save. I've hit that with Twitch too. I got to 70 average, then when I have days when I'm at 50, I'm all concerned like an idiot. Yeah, exactly. It's so ironic because I feel like logically we understand that we shouldn't think like this, right? Like, I feel like logically it makes sense that, like, you know, stuff fluctuates, that's fine. But there is something where, like, emotionally you get used to those numbers really quickly. And it's hard to not set that expectation on yourself, you know? Like, I've been growing steadily since I went full-time. Even that's the same thing, like even the actual growth itself is something that I now unconsciously start expecting. So, you know, if I stream for a month and I don't see any increase in average viewers, I feel like, ah shit, am I doing something wrong now? But that doesn't have to be the case. Sometimes it, like even Twitch as a platform fluctuates, right? Every month does not have the same viewers as every other month. Like it's not always directly because of you. Do you know what I mean? Then I remember why I'm here, just to keep me working, that's all, exactly. I think that kind of stuff is important to note as well. Okay, so we still have the bug, but overall, this seems to be working. Just need to make sure that this one cannot be... So I think what we should do is... Because I disabled the button through the animation. I think I do it on complete. Show map button. Bum bum bum. No. Show, hide button on click. Do chill. Yeah, and then we move it down and on complete, we deactivate it. The issue, I think, is that if I try to show the map button, or even hide it, even on pointer exit, I would trigger this piece of code, which is gonna kill this animation, thus not deactivate it. So I do have this function, insta hide the map button, which this just... Oh no, this only puts it at the lower location. Okay, so let's pass in a bool called deactivate. And then we could even do something like map button dot set active is equal to not deactivate. That means that map button is a transform. Oh, I turn off the hitbox, right? So go map button hitbox. we set that to not deactivate. So if deactivate is true, set active false. Yeah, that should work. Now we're gonna have an error somewhere up here, which is show map. If you're supposed to hide the map, then we insta-hide it, but deactivate should be set to false. This looks weird. Just now it looks like this says insta-hide false, as in don't hide it. Okay, I don't care, I just want to see if this works. And now... Wait, hide button on click. Wait, I actually have... Oh yeah, but that's the one that triggers this one, right? I guess I could use a invoke method as well. Yeah, I might actually do that. I don't know how... Let me actually remove this. Because this one I call when you click on it. Let's say that we try to do all of this, but we also made sure to have a failsafe to make sure that it can always be deactivated. Show button, all of these have animations. I want one that only enables and disables it. Should even do an I enumerator. No. Wait. Can I not set this one to not be... Can I do something where this specific animation cannot be killed? So it's forced to finish this one no matter what happens? I feel like that should be... Snap in false float, end value. Can I not do that? I know you can pause in stuff to make it not react to like... scale time. Yeah, we're dumb tribal people that grew society fast, 500,000 years of living in hamlets, and suddenly we're with hundreds of thousands of eyeballs on what we're doing. Yeah, we're not equipped emotionally for this. Logic does not prevail. That's a good way to put it. Anyways, during the lurk and let us both get back to work. No worries, man. Sorry for the distraction. No worries, don't even... I kinda enjoy being distracted every now and then. I think it's fine. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If I never wanted to be distracted, I would not be streaming. Just those things do not go hand in hand. But thank you very much for the lurk, man. I appreciate you, Hillfoot.
Hey, Chappie, focus.
Okay, let's focus. Let's see here. What do we actually want to do? We're gonna check the documentation for do twin and see if this is a thing. I don't know if it is. I think you might be. Default auto-kill behavior applied to all newly created tweens. Just, I don't think I want to remove the do kill here either. Because that means that if you go away from the button, it starts going down, and you go on top of it again. You're gonna have to wait until it's fully down for it to come back up again. I do want you to be able to cancel the hide and show, but I don't want you to cancel this. There is another way to get around this if you can't do it in do twin. We can just schedule the deactivation in case this would fail. Set auto kill. If auto kill on completion is set to true, the twin will be killed as soon as it completes. Otherwise it will stay in memory and you'll be able to reuse it. By default, twins are automatically killed at completion, so you need to use this method only if you plan to use false as the parameter. It's not really what I'm looking for, is it? Is independent update. So this is where you could make it not run on stale time. I don't think this affects whether or not it gets killed. On kill. Sets a callback that will be fired the moment the twin is killed. Ah, we could probably do something with this. Okay, we have an ad coming up in about 15 seconds for any non-subscribers. Hope to see you on the other side. Appreciate your patience. Okay, so we could do something here where if you try to kill this, we instantly turn it off as well. I mean, that would probably work. Complete. Sends a twin to its end position. Yeah, I think we can do it with the on kill one. That sounds like one way to fix this. I'm quite sure. Satsidak with the 10 months subscribed. Holy shit, what a legend. Thank you so much.
Mr. Yapman, sub.
Mr. Yapman, what's up, man? How you doing? Hope you're doing good, Satsidak. Appreciate you, man. All good and nice, man. How about you? Doing good as well. I was a bit sick last week, so that was quite unfortunate, but I'm finally getting back to normal again, so that's nice. I think Hillfoot spew facts. Yeah, he tends to do, to be fair. We have to give it to him. He tends to. But yeah, I'm glad you're doing good, man. On kill. So I guess I can do something similar here, right? Sandy G, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Yeah, nice to hear it's better. Thank you, man. Okay, on kill. So on complete we do that, but if you try to kill this animation, then I also want to force... Should I do kill all? No, that might be bad. But I know we want to disable this one. Let's see whether this works. I think this should work. Trying to fix the little button we found during playtesting, or a little bug here with the button that we found during the playtesting. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that we have the solution. Also, man, you must be getting real close to the support threshold. I think. Yeah, I'm quite sure you are. GG, thank you very much, man. Okay, let's see. So the issue is that when you open the map, you can sometimes get the button to still appear, which obviously looks very weird. That looks fine. Yeah. Now, as soon as you see, if I just keep my cursor here on the hitbox, it goes down and then gets disabled. If I go away, so I trigger on point exit, which would normally kill this animation, it gets immediately deactivated. But it kind of happens quickly enough to where because the animation is so quick that you almost don't notice. Yeah, that's fine. I think we fixed it. Noise. GG. Map button can appear while map is open. I'm gonna call you fixed. Noise, noise, noise. I'm working on the supporter 1 month at a time, indeed. You do have the time. Like, this game is definitely not gonna release in the following weeks, so to speak. So there's no rush, man. Mr. Last playtest, damn, my bad. Oh, no worries, man. No worries. There's no obligation on any playtester to play every single build. It is still up if you do want to try it. I'm probably gonna try to push this, because I think we're gonna do one smaller update this time and just fix the small little tweaks from the last build. I don't think I'm gonna do a... I don't think this update is gonna be a feature update. This is probably gonna be more of a patch. But yeah, if you have the time, give it a go. If you don't, that's completely fine as well. System for inspectable items. That would be pretty fun. That would be pretty fun. Interaction tutorial tip. We do need to clear that one up. Hey, Sandy G as well. With the Prime subscription. Thank you very, very much. Absolute legend comes in, follows the channel, 4 minutes later, subscribes. Thank you very much, I appreciate you. Absolute legend. Oh, that reminds me of Toasty. Oh my god, that was so fun. Holy shit. I think Toasty is the... I think he's like the #1 sub gifter in this channel. And it was so funny because he gifted all of those subs before he even followed the channel. It kind of reminded me of that one, which was funny. Thank you very much, I appreciate you, Sandy. I think I've been watching the last couple of hours in the shadows, but you made this look effortless. Oh, thank you, I suppose. I was typing early, but just realized my VPN blocks messaging in Twitch chat. GG, oh shit, I'm sorry about that. Well, thank you very much for watching, Sandy, I appreciate ya. Means a lot. I don't know if I made it look... I'm glad if it seems effortless. It definitely isn't. But thank you, I appreciate it. Dude, we almost getting that, to be honest. Most of the stuff is kind of fixed. Why is this not disappearing? It's kinda annoying me. Let me try to reload this. There we go. We do need to fix that tutorial tip. Let's see if we can do that. That should be very quick. Otherwise, I'm pretty satisfied with this. I don't know, maybe if the map could be slightly lower than center, because now the map is pretty much centered in the screen. I had it very low before, but that's also because I imagine that, like, if I would look at the map, I would go like this, right? Like, I wouldn't bring it up to eye level, like. But here's the thing, we can't change our perspective, so we do need to bring it up higher. But I'm kind of wondering if maybe this is a bit too high. Maybe. Like, where do I actually put this now? We put it at map show position, minus 19.5. So, is that this one? I think it is. So yeah, we draw it up all the way here. I think it might look slightly too high. I think I had it like here before, which I think is too low, because it looks kind of unsymmetrical. I'm starting to wonder if maybe it doesn't need to be fully centered. We can go like maybe something a bit more in between. Maybe 30? Is that pixel perfect? I don't think it is. $30.5. Is this fine? Or is it too low now? Wait, how low was it before? I think I have a screenshot on Steam. Friendly reminder to wishlist the game on Steam if anyone hasn't. We appreciate those wishlists very much. Probably the #1 way to support the development, so if you have or if you do decide to wishlist it, just know that I appreciate you very much. Let me see here. Okay, so it is very low. Like the corner here is almost at the bottom of the screen. So this is definitely higher than what we had. I wonder, is it still too high? Or it's too low, rather. What do you guys think? Because I think if we go as high as possible, it would be something like this. Like, it's nice that the map is centered, but like, just logically speaking, it also looks a little bit weird. Because this gives you the impression that you're looking at the map like this. And this feels like, it feels a little bit weird. Because you see so much of the arm here. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be centered. I don't think so either. I think it can be slightly lower, but maybe not as low as we had before. Because before I was like here or something. Which there might be a bit too much imbalance here. So centered is like here, like a bit above the door. I was like here before. If we do some like in between, yeah, maybe like exactly where I was. Is this fine? Yeah, I think maybe we'll try something like this. We can always tweak this stuff later, but I feel like I kind of like that you can kind of see the door as well. No, I'm not gonna control Z anything now. If anyone missed it, I might have crashed Unity earlier by spamming Control Z. So let's try and not do that again. Minus 29.5, minus 30.5. Yeah, let's do something like this. I think. It's a horror game, unscented things are okay, give some horror to us OCD people. Yeah, exactly. And I just think that logically, from like how you would hold the map, it makes more sense that it's slightly off-center. But I think maybe I put it a bit too low before, where there's too much blank space above it. It's too uncentered. I think that's fair. I kinda like this. Let's try something like this. So what did we put it at? Minus 30.5, map show position, minus 30.5, apply. I'm gonna copy the hide position and I'll put you back there. Don't worry, you're not supposed to have the flashlight in the intro. I know that looks weird. Oh, that's another one. We need to fix that. Yeah, I do think it's better. Maybe even slightly higher. Oh, what is this pixel I see? Oh, is that from the... What are these white pixels? What? Ah, maybe the background blocker isn't correctly positioned. Let's see, open map. You should never move. The hand should have some up and down animation when you hold it up, like shaking it a little. Oh, that could actually be nice. Maybe something slightly similar to... Oh, that could be cool. Imagine if we do some stress system. This is feature, or this is scope creep 101. But imagine if we had like some stress system or something, where your character could get more stressed if you like see more dangerous stuff or whatever, or you get more put in danger. And like the more stressed you would get, like the more your fucking flashlight and mouth would start shaking and shit. That would be pretty cool. This is Scope Creep 101. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it. But it could be pretty cool. But the only way I would do it is that if we would have a actual... It needs to have a gameplay purpose, because then we need to have like stress management. Which I do suppose you could have with like, maybe you can find like, I don't know, some pills or something to like minimize your stress levels. But... yeah, I don't know. This is scope creep. But we could do something like with the flashlight, for example. You can see I actually have it's very slight. It moves like 1 pixel up and down, just to kinda show that the player is breathing or whatever. It's not like fully static. So yeah, maybe we should do something similar with the map as well. I have so many software projects I want to do, have started, have already abandoned, including Unreal projects and other web-related ones, but watching this makes me want to pick Unreal back up, but I know it's not as easy as you're making it seem. I don't even think I'm making it seem that easy. I feel like I still struggle quite a lot, but it definitely gets easier. That is absolutely... I don't think game development ever gets easy, but it definitely gets easier. I think you should do it though. Like if you want to get back into it, you should just go for it. You do kind of have to stick with it for a bit to really, I don't know, catch the bug, no pun intended. But I think the best thing, in my opinion, is, especially if you have a bunch of unfinished projects and stuff, like start off making something really, really simple, like almost as simple as you could, just to get the experience of finishing something. Because I feel like that's a big motivator and it gives a lot of confidence and stuff. Just having one product like actually finished, you know? So I think that would be what I would do. Like basically scope management, like start off with something very, very simple. Like my first game was a super simple like arcade game, or the first one I finished. The first one I ever tried was a massive RPG game, which, you know, you can probably You can probably guess how that went. Sometimes we do need that experience though, like sometimes you need to overscope and kinda fail to realize why scope management is important. Do you know what I mean? Making it feel a little uneasy when you watch the map, like telling the player is not paused. Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. Let's add it to the dev board. Could be a part of the story too, you're addicted to the pills they have been giving you. That is true, that is true. You could definitely tie it with the narrative as well. Yeah, that's interesting. There's a 101 on UI logic. If you have something that does not pause the game, you have to show the player it does not pause it. Yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind actually. That makes sense. I will make my own Skyrim, right? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I was. I'm like, yeah, I should probably make my own 2D top-down Skyrim kind of thing. I think that's gonna be my first game. And I mean, I did get somewhere. I have showed this before, but we can show it again. So this is not my absolutely first project, but I did have a relapse and accidentally started making an RPG game as well again. This is where I got with it. Quite simple, but we do have like health and stamina working. The AI is really dumb and they barely have animations, they just float towards you and if they touch you, you take damage. But, you know, it's a working little thing, but I did kinda quickly realize that, you know, it's too overscoped, like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to finish a game with this, that's this big with my current, like, skill level. And then only being a solo developer, you know. Like, it's just not gonna work. So inevitably I ended up deciding to do something else, and that is when I finished my first ever game, or the first time I ever finished a game, which was Pastry Pops. A really simple arcade, like, catching game, I suppose you can call it. I don't know why this GIF won't load, but it's also in slow motion. What's happening here? Okay, I don't know if itch is having some issue, but yeah, it's a very simple, like, arcade game. Barely even a good game, but, you know, it's a playable game, and that was my goal, and it's something I finished, and that was pretty much the goal, right? I just wanted to see if I could finish a game. Like, that was the full goal. I didn't care about making this into a good game. I didn't care about it being polished. All I cared about was it being playable. As in, like, it shouldn't break every 5 minutes. And I still had a little bit of scope creep where I ended up doing a full upgrade system and achievements and stuff. Whoops, it happened. But I did finish it, and I think that's what's important. Technically not published yet, but it's, you know, it's technically done. I think I'm gonna publish the game when I finally publish the devlog I've been planning to make, which is taking a bit too long, but at some point it is gonna be published on my main channel. 8 bits a byte with the raid. Welcome in, how are you doing? We got gamedev in here as well, welcome in. 8 bits a byte, what was you up to? What were you up to? Thank you very much for the raid, and a big shout out to, I'm almost certain I made a custom command here. Was it 8 bits? There we go. 8 bits a byte. Check out his dungeon crawler Pixel Warrior on itch.io. How you doing, guys? Welcome in. If anyone doesn't know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I am currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Been working on some stuff from the last playtest, just polishing the game up a bit more, you know? That kind of stuff. If anyone is interested, you can wishlist the game on Steam as we speak, and we do appreciate those wishlists very much. You're just cleaning up some bugs and feedback updates on the beta demo that went out Tuesday. Nice, man! Good shit. Ryosh, welcome in as well. Hope you're doing good. Do you have anything specific you want to show? Feel free to do so if that's the case. Otherwise, people, I urge you to go and check out Pixel Warrior. Can download the demo right now. Really cool dungeon crawler made in Game Maker, right? Really cool stuff. I'm pretty sure you do it in Game Maker. Yeah, exactly. Game is being developed in Game Maker. There you go. So, ladies, gentlemen, go and check out the game. Let me quickly catch up with chat here. I think I missed some stuff. The complexity that RPG must have had. Yeah, exactly. It does. It's like RPG games are just too big, generally speaking. I think. Unless you're like, if you're a really experienced developer. Sure, I know there's people who've made really massive games, even as solo developers. I know 2 people who made an MMO. And like a proper MMO all by themselves is mad impressive, but for like most, especially if you're like a beginner game developer, probably not to be recommended. I'm gonna sleep soon before I'd stop by to chat a little. Welcome in, Hobbit Shiners, always nice to have you, man. Hope you're doing good. Once you're looking at the map, there's a 10% chance of a ghost/entity would go past the screen in the distance, which would tip the map down a tad to view it go past. That would be pretty sick. I've actually been thinking, slight spoiler, of maybe at some point in the game having a proper map jump scare, just because I think it could be pretty cool. Like, what I was thinking is that imagine that when you bring up the map, this is, for anyone who hears this now, if you end up actually buying the full game, you're gonna be scared every time you bring up your map, just as I told you about this, but I'm thinking, wouldn't it maybe be kinda cool if you had the map open like this and you were watching, and then all of a sudden you just see a fucking hand come up here, and like, actually grab the map and like, pull it down and scare you? Like, that would get me so bad, man. I've been thinking about it. I do think it could be pretty cool. Scope relapsing? Yeah, pretty much. Next game is MMORPG game? No. I can make my own PvE, PvP game? No. I mean, no. Don't do it. I know that, like, if someone really wants to do it, they are gonna try. Because I just think that's inevitable. But I'm just scared that people are gonna lose interest in game development if they do, so that's why I tend to want to recommend people to go with a smaller game first. But I'm also very aware that if you would have said the exact same thing to me when I first started, I probably would not have listened to you. If you told me I should not have been making that RPG game, I probably would have gone like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Right? So sometimes I think people need that experience to actually realize why scope management is important. I'm actually in the middle of trying to pick the scope for my next project. Interesting. I'm trying to land somewhere between a game that can be finished under 2 years, but is still not a complete bore to work on. Yeah. I think that timeline, like, just as long as you understand the timeline as well, because 2 years is a lot of time, but it can also be a quite short time. Like, there's multiple games that have been developed for far longer, right? I think the issue a lot of the time for, like, actual, like, beginners is that you might... I'm gonna skip this ad. Is that they might expect to make a game that takes 5 years to make, but to make that in like 6 months. Because you haven't practiced game development, you don't have that, like... It's very hard to gauge how long stuff takes. Like, even with this game, I thought I was gonna be done with the full version of this game in a couple of months after the game jam. I've been polishing this shit for like 6 months. You know, shit takes longer than we think. Scope creep happens to the best of us, it really does. Feels strange that the doors don't have an arrow pointing that you could go in when you have your mouse over it. Might be just me. I do see what you mean, because in some regard I do have an arrow when you go backwards, because you can't see the door, so I need to have this arrow here. For these ones you do just click on the door. The thing is that if I would hold it here, I guess I could still do an arrow in the air as well, because if it was on the ground you wouldn't see it. Generally what I tend to go for is that I kind of prefer having as little UI elements as possible. That is why I went for this like diegetic UI with the map and inventory, because I feel like it kind of promotes immersion when you're not that distracted by like UI elements around the screen. So that's why the backwards arrow, this one, is technically the only like proper UI element I have in the game. And that's the only reason is because I literally couldn't get around it. Because the player can't see the door behind them, so they can't click on it. Like, diegetic doesn't really work here. But we'll see. This stuff can change, that is for sure. Any issues you are running into with your game? I mean, we do have some small... I'm also working on, as I said, like some playtesting feedback. So just doing small little polishing stuff. We fixed a little bug as well where the map button could be visible while you were looking at the map, which obviously looked very weird. It's like, what did someone say? Diegetic dissonance, pretty much. Overall, I feel like it's going quite good. In terms of long-term game development, or the development process of this game, I think the main issue I have is that I'm still not fully set on the story, so it's kind of hard to work on content. So I am in a bit of a perpetual polishing state at the moment, while trying to figure out more of the story elements. I'm good, man. I just fixed an annoying bug, so I'm happy about that. Nice! What game are you working on now, Hobo Changes? Because I know you were doing a Pong game, right? But I think you ended up doing something else. I remember you mentioning it. Yeah, indeed, Niket. Glad to hear you're still working on stuff. Yeah, always nice to see that Hobo Chinese is still in the game dev sphere as well. Need to hop off online and get myself ready for work. Have a great rest of your stream. No worries, 8-bits. I appreciate the raid very much, and I'll catch you next time, man. Yeah, if a big dream game is what gets someone to start making a game, then that's the best game for them to work on, even if it's an MMO. I do think so. The only thing that scares me is that I'm just so afraid that when people almost inevitably fail making that game, I'm just scared that they're gonna get demotivated by game dev. Because I think game dev is incredibly rewarding, you know? So I do feel like people should really give it a go. But I do agree that sometimes I think people need that experience to start working on it. But I hope that they come to the realization, if they fail, quotation marks, that they actually try to make something simple and see it through, because yeah, the process of finishing even a really small game, even something that's not your dream game, even something that, like my first game, Pastry Pops, I barely even think it's a good game. Like, I barely even enjoy playing this game. I'm gonna be honest, that's the case. But you know what? I really enjoyed making it. So I realized that the actual process of making a game is something I really enjoy. And I'm scared if I would have been demotivated by my massive abandoned RPG game, then maybe I would never have come to that realization. Does that make sense? Holy shit, I'm far behind in chat. I'm gonna skip this out as well. Okay, let me quickly catch up here. Yeah, if you want to learn and improve faster, small games is the way to go. I really do think so. Yeah, make a 6-month game instead. It will take 2 years. Yeah, pretty much. That is kind of true. I think we are always gonna underestimate how long something takes to work. Oh, that's true, Wakacha. Often games change the mouse cursor to an arrow. That is actually something we could do. Yeah, maybe. Just the cursor is always gonna be a UI element. You could even go further where like when you could have different cursor when you try to pick something up or like go somewhere or whatever it might be, so it actually shows you what type of interaction you're supposed to do. Yeah. You know, I kinda like it. We might actually do it. At least, I think at least we should try it. Good idea. I like that a lot. I prefer games with minimal UI. Yeah, I do think they do kind of become more immersive. Maybe MMO is the exception, because you will fail hard. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like, you know, it would take a very special kind of person to have your first game be an MMO and you actually finishing the game. It would be impressive. If we're talking about MMO in the sense of like making a proper like fucking, I don't know, World of Warcraft or RuneScape or something, like, you know, that it's probably one of the biggest type of games you could possibly make, and it's, yeah. Maybe if you are like an absolute genius programmer to begin with, maybe, but, you know, still, I don't know. I think the sooner someone does a game jam, the better. Yeah, I do think game jams are really underrated in that context, because I cannot see it as game jams are almost straight up scope management practice. It is almost what it is. Because you have a very set limited time with a deadline, and you need to finish a project, so you need to make sure to pick a project you think you can finish in that time, and then actually try to finish it. Like, it basically is very quick iteration practice of scope management. So I agree. I like the style you had in the Twitter clip. Wait, why have I not seen this? Probably because I'm not on Twitter. Niket, do you have something to share? Why are you not sharing it? Niket? Send me the link. To answer your question, Chappie, I'm making a doodle jump with a twist. Nice! A doodle jump. Doodle as in like a scribble thingy, right? Wait, is doodle jump a actual game? Oh, it might be an actual game. Ah, is it speed up and jump as far as you can? Interesting. Work week is done, time to chill a bit. Nice, Sharpish. It Exactly, it teaches you about every stage of development. Planning, MVP, management, release, bug fixing. Exactly. I think game jams are heavily underrated as a... And even though I know a lot of people obviously speak highly of game jams as a way to learn game development, I still think that they're underrated. It's probably one of the best ways to actually practice the skill of game development. Because you have the whole of the development process crammed into a short amount of time. And it doesn't have to be like you see these clips about like 24-hour game jams and stuff. But you know, it doesn't need to be like that, because in the end, it's like... My first game jam I did was 1 month. Like, it's a very long one. But still, the same things are still there in terms of like you still have to manage the scope. It's still shorter than like trying to make a 2-year game or whatever. And if you overscope a game that you thought you would do in a week or a month, how long do you think it would take you to make that game that you thought you could do in 6 months? Because if you overscoped the game jam game, you probably overscoped your dream game as well. You know, let's be honest, that is most likely the case. It's very old and abandoned, but I can send the clip, send it. I wanna see. Almost done with my basically static site. Wait, static site? Is an actual game, oh yeah. So it's like a doodle jump like with a twist. Sounds interesting. Be sure to share how it goes. Game jams is also a great way to meet new friends who are also into game dev. True, yeah, absolutely. Should probably stream again. I just need to find. I just find I work better offline. I do think there's a case to be made that like I am arguably more productive when I'm not streaming. Let's be honest, that is the case. Because like even now I've been sitting here just looking at this for a while because I'm just talking to chat. Like that is fair to say. I do still think that I get a lot of other stuff out of streaming. Partly I just enjoy it, and then you know also all of the ideas and feedback I get and stuff, like it's still valuable. So I don't think it's a net loss, but I cannot lie and pretend like I'm more productive when I'm streaming, because I'm really not. I'm really not. Networking, absolutely an important aspect as well, yeah. As an Unreal user, game jams make me just lazier using ready-made asset and samples. I think that's fine though. I think that's fine. Even then it's the same thing where I think assets is something that gets a lot of a like bad rep. There's nothing wrong with using assets. It's completely fine. I think it's, if you want the game to still look good, it's important that you pick like a coherent style and stuff. Like make sure that if you're doing like different assets, they do need to kind of fit together if you want it to look good. But it's the whole thing about like, you know, using assets is not the same as making an asset flip. Like that is two very different things. True story, the first game I ever worked on, we scheduled 12 months of time and finished it in 2 months or in 2 years. What's up, Mr. Gray? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Nice to have you, as always. Games are so misleading, it's surprisingly easy to go from nothing to like a working prototype. Yeah, that is true. It feels like you made something so fast, but then reality of making real product slaps you in the face. Yeah, I've said before that I think one of the issues we often run into is the fact that like adding new features is actually surprisingly quick. Like it doesn't have to take a lot of time or effort to add a new feature to your game. And I think that's one of the reasons why we easily get the feature creep, where we start just adding more and more stuff to the game. The issue is that every feature is like, it's like exponentially more work in the future, because you have to polish all of this stuff, you have to bug fix it, you have to playtest it, you have to make sure that everything works together with all of the other features, everything needs to make sense, and like all of that extra work is actually where like 80% of the development actually is. Like implementing the feature is easy, that can be, I mean, it can be easy, but the like finalizing the feature for a finished product can take ages, you know. So, and that's the thing we often miss. So you start adding all of these things, not realizing how much like extra polish you're gonna have to do at the end, and that's what actually ends up prolonging the development. So it's easy to kind of get tricked by the fact that you can implement something quickly. Also, we have some ads coming up in about 8 seconds or so. I cannot skip this one any longer, but hope to see you on the other side for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. 100%, the last 20% of your game will be as hard as the first 80. Exactly. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. And that's why during that, like, you know, that first 80%, it feels like, oh, I'm doing so much progress just adding all of this stuff, but you know, I think it's exponentially more work in the long run. 2 months so far ahead of schedule, nice man. Just goes to show that most people have no idea how to schedule scope of the first game, yeah. Also today I found out my Flappy Seagull was kindly featured in a YouTube video, actually. Was pleasantly surprised. Nice man, congratulations. That's always fun. This is true for all software products ever? Yeah, probably. Just watched a new video from Cold Bullet. He made Guitar Hero using only a guitar, no keyboard. How the... what? How? How? The Flappy Bird lights are making a comeback. Let's go, man. Making a Snake game, 10 minutes. Making a Snake game with proper menus, UI store options, 8 hours. Yeah, exactly. It's all the, like, stuff around the game that really ends up taking the most time, which is the stuff you don't consider in the beginning. Like even with my first game, I think I spent as much time on the menus as I did in-game, like on actual gameplay. Probably more. I think the actual gameplay was probably what I spent the least time on, if I'm being honest. Okay, what are we doing? Some map movement / animation while open. Oh yeah, for the map, that could be nice. Should we try? I kinda wanna try the cursor thing, not gonna lie. I do kinda wanna try it. Okay, the ad break should be over. Welcome back, people. Thank you for your patience. Where do I actually have my cursor? Is that one still in the... Oh, is it in here? No? Okay, so if that's the case, I'm gonna assume that I have it in my old unorganized sprite sheet. Probably. Yeah, there we go. Here we have a cursor. Yeah, I do kinda wanna try this. In-game UI. Well, this is not technically in-game UI. This should actually be part of the UI. Which a lot of this stuff I don't even use, so I'm gonna need to clean this up at some point. Let's put the cursor in here instead. I'm planning to go away from that old sprite sheet at some point, because it's so chaotic. But then the arrows are technically gonna be in-game UI. So let's use this one for size. Because I guess it can only be... Oh, this becomes a bit confusing though. How do I do with the back arrow? Because it made sense here, right? If I'm holding here, we should probably make a arrow pointing, well, technically upwards. I mean, I guess we could do it kind of in perspective as well, so that it actually seems like it's pointing forwards, and then having up be like if I would hold on like a staircase going up. And here it would be in straight profile to the side. Like, all of these kind of work quite well, right? What do I do here? Since I have an arrow on the ground, should I skip changing the cursor? Or should we remove the cursor from the ground? Or sorry, the arrow from the ground, and actually make it so that hovering down here does not show this back arrow, but actually makes the cursor into the back arrow. Okay, I guess we're gonna just try it with the normal doors first to see how it looks and stuff. We're gonna have to test it no matter what before we know whether we wanna do this or not. I don't need you. Well, I actually only need one in profile, which is gonna be, we can just turn that one for left, right, up and down. Yeah, I think it had its 10-year anniversary last year or something. Oh, Flappy Bird? Damn, time flies, doesn't it? Each note did a specific keyboard/mouse action. Insane. That is absolutely insane. Holy shit. Anyways, I really need to sleep, getting late. No worries, man. Thank you very much for dropping by, Hobby Channels, as always, and I'll catch you next time. You replace the arrow you have with grey light. Oh yeah, that could work. I guess one issue, I mean, we should be able to sort it out. I can't really do grey light. Can I? Because the way my light system works, technically speaking, it doesn't light up the black, right? Which means that I do probably need to have some sort of sprite still. We should be able to sort something out. Should be ways to get around that. Yeah, maybe just have some light, and then when you hover down here, we turn the mouse into an arrow instead. Just then it's kind of... Because I do want it to be consistent. Like, if we do arrows here, we should do arrow as at the cursor here as well. I kind of think we should do some that look to be more in like a 3D space. Not sure if these might be too big, but We can always fine-tune it later. So I'm thinking for like the one that's actually going forward, if we should maybe do something like this. Oh wait, that's gonna look weird. Oh, I have to do it like that. No, I don't. I could do this. That looks kinda shit, but you cannot get the idea. I'm trying to... Forward arrow. Can I get one that's actually in perspective? Because this is not forward, this is up. If we're gonna be technical about it. Like 3D. Yeah, this is more what I'm talking about. Still quite far up leaning. I guess you could do it with... like actually doing it proper 3D. Or, I mean, obviously it's not proper 3D, but you get what I mean. That would probably sell the... I mean, that would definitely sell it even more. However, I wonder if the ones that are like this are gonna look weird now instead. I guess I could do it here too, maybe. Just that it's more... annual. You know, it's not too bad actually. This one definitely needs to be tweaked though. I don't like it. Should I animate the arrow a little? Moving to the direction it's pointing. Yeah, you could do some like... I wonder if that's gonna feel weird when it's your... If we're gonna do this as an actual cursor. Which is that it might feel like something has control of your cursor. Which might feel weird. But I also don't know if I want to do it in just like the world space, because that means you might not see the arrow, because it's gonna be lit, right? I mean, I guess I shouldn't do the arrows, non-lit materials. That could work. But I still feel like that could end up looking a bit weird. Like if I was holding here and then you have a shining arrow in the middle that but you don't really even see what it's pointing at. You should use a white gray on the third part. Oh wait, did you mean this? Is that what you mean by the third part? Yeah, I did do a grayish, but it might it's almost white. Technically it is gray. But do you think it should be darker maybe? Should we go a step further? Yeah, maybe. I think actually the issue with this one is it's too far. Yeah, I think that was the issue. It looked too elongated there. I think it would have to be more like this. I wonder maybe if you could elongate this instead. Not really. Oh, but what if we do... No, that looks weird. The thing is that dark is not gonna be visible. We have to keep in mind that most of the background is gonna be black. That looks a bit weird though. So does this. How big will the arrows be? So they're slightly bigger than the cursor. Just I don't wanna. I'm scared to do it too big, because I don't want it to look. The only thing that makes me a little bit hesitant to this is the fact that it might look more cartoonish. But I think it's worth trying, and I think it looks more cartoonish the bigger we do them. Oh wait, if I'm gonna do 3D, we do need to make new ones for the ones to the side though, right? Is there a shortcut to rotate? Maybe not. Maybe this could look fine though. Kind of like it's pointing a bit. I kind of need to. Let's get a test room up. You know, like in a 3D space, this actually made sense, because you would actually be viewing it kind of from the side. Like this is actually, yeah, this is actually correct in like perspective. It's not too shabby. Technically this one should probably be even more forward facing, but at some point it's gonna be hard to tell that it's even an arrow. Same thing here, this actually turns out being the correct perspective. Oh shit, you know what I just realized? If you had like a trapdoor thing here and here, we could now have an entire ladder go across the room, and then have like the lower portion of the ladder show this arrow, and the higher one show the upwards arrow as well. So even the same object should switch depending on the direction you're going. Okay, if I think it's too big, the white will take control and the focus will go to the arrow. Okay, so players will follow the arrow while maybe miss things in the room. To be clear though, what I'm thinking is that this would actually be the cursor. So you would only see this when you like hover the door, as in you're kinda going, you're planning to go outside of the door. Like it wouldn't be like you go into the room and we start like shining an arrow, because that I agree would probably, that would kind of, it would seem like that would tell the player that you're supposed to go here, and that would be an issue. But the good thing here is that you get clear feedback that if you're hovering something that gives you this arrow, you know that this is not just an interaction, but it will take you to another place, which I think could be good. Those arrows fit this perspective well. I do think they actually worked better than I thought they would. Maybe this one should be bigger though, since it's closer to me. Because technically speaking, from the perspective, this arrow is now smaller than this arrow. No, sorry, this arrow is a lot bigger than this arrow is. If the light is coming in backwards, from how the light would come in from behind you, I'm guessing for that window reflection on the floor. Oh, do you mean this? This is not something you actually have in the game, it's just like a testing thing. We were thinking of, wait, is the light coming from backwards from how the light would come in from behind you? I'm guessing for that upside down. Wait, I'm not sure if... Oh, I see now. Because this reflection doesn't... yeah, absolutely. I think the issue might be... that I actually did used to have a window here. I deleted it, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, you are completely correct. Like, this now doesn't make sense, because obviously this could not come from this door. But this would have been the reflection from a window here. I might have played too many point-and-click games. I probably haven't played enough, to be honest. I missed that part. No worries, Verity. Appreciate ya. It looked upside down, the running part of it made it look like a window reflection. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If it would look right if the window was here. Yeah. Because there was something I was playing around with, maybe doing for the windows in the second room in the game. Yeah, I think this one needs to be bigger. Because this looks... It's so fun with perspective, because this arrow looks smaller than this one. Right? But just sort of perspective, it does end up looking smaller. So I think this arrow actually needs to be a bit bigger. Maybe I don't need to do... Wait, how would it look if I actually did this? I might actually prefer it. I think I need to do something like this, but in that case I need to make it even bigger. Sam and Mad Series and Grim Fandango have great UI design. Are they on Steam?
Could unlock the power of the mind.
Oh wait, I think I've seen these.
The mysteries of the infinite destroy.
Can we get some
Hey Sam! This
gameplay?
I just want to get to the part where I have those sweet psychic powers.
Minions, after him!
I smell a convoluted plan coming on.
Cinematic launch trailer? Probably not.
Come to issue a
Tighten back up to speed.
That's none of your.
Oh, the older ones? Do they have them on Steam? 2008? Is that more what we might be referring to? Oh, not long yet available on the Steam store. 87 to 97, okay. Do you know the proper name of one of those games? March 2023. What's this?
I still believe
Okay, I think this is more what you're referring to.
Okay, take that.
Who's the guy with the penis leg?
Excuse me?
This gentleman?
Yeah.
That's Insect Lad.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
How Kafka-esque.
They did even more of this stuff often back in the days where they actually switched the cursor quite a lot to show exactly what type of interaction you're trying to do.
Man or chicken dumpling?
So that probably means that you're,
He looks delicious.
you know, inspecting it or looking at it.
Is he alive?
Yeah, I think they're all alive. Jesse James is.
Now what's here? Is this a inventory I see?
Gonna fart and then you're gonna smell it.
Let's check out the Cone of Tragedy.
Oh, is that you walking? The one that was like this? Like as in feet? What if you used a navigation arrow? What do you mean by navigation arrow? Oh, I see what you mean. The only issue, I think, if this is what you're referring to, is that this is basically the cursor I have, isn't it? So question is if it's gonna be too similar to the cursor. Hmm. Hit the road hard. Did you like this? I never played this, but like I said, I haven't played too many point-and-click games. I probably should get more experience with them. I've only played a handful. The writing was always pretty fun in these games. Lots of dry wit, nice. Blast from the past, holy shit, sounds like I missed something. I have seen this series, I know, but I don't think I've ever played them. There's some ads coming up in about 10 seconds for any non-subscribers. Hope to see you on the other side.
And although you seem dangerously unequipped brain-wise,
wait, how did you... Okay, so this is a UI element, right? You click on the inventory, I assume. Oh wait, what happened there?
But we need some help, and although you seem dangerously unequipped brain-wise, we've come to you for advice. Okay.
Oh, that's a lot of things.
Yeah, we can ask him about a bunch of stuff. What do you know about Bruno the Bigfoot?
Who wants to know?
We're the freelance police, and we're in a race against time.
And we're barefoot. All I know about Bruno is what the Cushmans tell me. Do for you?
I love that, like, roach thing, like...
Anything else I can do for you?
I love that, like...
Wow.
Anything else I can do for you?
What's happening here?
I love that, like, roach thing, like, applause thing they...
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that, like...
Wow.
Thing they... Right, cool.
Okay, so I think you're choosing what to ask them about. If I recall right, this lets you cycle through actions with right-click. Yeah, I think Captain Coda did something similar. He made like a point-and-click jam game. And I know he had that where like you would cycle through what different actions you have. Whereas mainly for me in my game currently, like all of the interactions are the same, right? The only difference is that when you equip an item, you do get that one, so it shows that what you're doing now is to try and interact with this item. And then if you don't want to do it, right click actually just like deselects the item. But yeah, I think having arrows on the doors could actually be quite nice. To show that this is not just an interaction, this is actually movement. Especially since I also actually override it, well, specifically for exits, even if you are holding an item. Normally if you hold an item and you click on something, you get either a failed interaction or some interaction. Whereas exits are what I call always successful, meaning that you can't have a failed interaction. No matter how, if you click here, you're gonna go through. And that might seem a bit unintuitive. However, even if you're holding an item, what we could do is that when you hover here, well, we switch to the arrow, right? So you no longer see the key. And now it's very clear that you're not trying to interact with the key. If you click here, you are actually gonna go through it. I kinda like this idea, not gonna lie. This was... Hey, what Harsha, was this you? Sorry if I'm misremembering here. Whose idea was this? How am I not finding this? It was you? Okay, there we go. Just want to make sure I give credit correctly here. Oh yeah, often games change mouse cursor to an arrow. Exactly, there we go. Thank you, man. I think I want this arrow to end like this, because it's gonna look a little bit sharper. Because when you mainly see the white parts, I kind of felt like it looks a little bit weird here, I think. Ah, but that looks very rounded instead, which is not good either. So maybe not. Maybe I do need it to be like this. Okay, it doesn't really matter too much. I think we need to just try this. So we have forward, backwards, up, down, right, left. Should be all we need, right? Do I want to make this one even bigger? I kinda do. I kinda want it to be even bigger. Because it doesn't really fit in the perspective. But that would mean, if I'm gonna do this bigger, I need to do this, right? It is possible this is gonna end up being too big instead. But I do wanna try. That is one fat arrow. But I think it looks better. I actually do. Because it looks more correct in terms of like perspective. I don't know what you guys think, but I think maybe this part did get a little bit too fat though. Yeah. Something like this. That's good. Yeah, I think it was a little bit too wide before. It didn't really match the other arrows. Yeah, I think we should try it. I think I might actually like this. We are gonna need to make a new system. Oh no, you know what's really nice? I have my exit on click. It's only exit on click where I want to do this, right? And each exit on click component, I'm pretty sure has a direction. This is gonna be very easy, I think. Rooms, first room, door unlocked, exit. This is the actual part that clicking this would take you through, right? This has a direction, which is obviously gonna decide which arrow we're gonna show. And then the hitbox here is on the actual object, so that's gonna be correct as well. I think we can just do it in this component. This is an eye interactable. On click we do this. So on click I suppose we should switch the arrow back. So I think we're gonna do a private void. I don't know, show arrow maybe. We pass in a bool whether it's whether we're supposed to show it. And then we do, if you're not supposed to show it, I guess don't... Okay, I'm ashamed to say this, I don't care. My mouse cursor in the game might be a singleton. It is possible that my cursor is a singleton. Can we just skip this part and not care about it? Can we have a nice day today? Can we have a nice Friday? And just pretend like my cursor in the game is not a singleton instance? Thank you, thank you. Anyway. So I guess we actually need... This is actually where we need to have a function. Just here we have the one that enables the in-game cursor and stuff. Which is... I think we want to... update this one's sprite. No, I think we're gonna do different game objects. Because currently, the cursor consists of... Oh shit, this one does have a sprite, doesn't it? Oh, but I could probably... Instead of switching this sprite, because I think that... What happens if I switch this to a bigger sprite? Oh, it actually does turn bigger. It's not like a UI element that would like squish it. Oh, that's nice. I never worked with sprites because my entire game is like a UI canvas except for the cursor. The cursor is literally the only thing in the game that's not on a UI canvas. Which it probably could be, but I just happened to... I reused an old cursor from another game, an old cursor script. So in that one it wasn't, so in this game it isn't either. Okay, so in that case we should probably be able to just switch the sprite. The center position is gonna be the same. I think that's probably fine. Well, my cursor is gonna be here, because this is... I have an offset. That's gonna be weird. That might be weird. Because the actual real cursor is positioned here, right? So we have this offset, which means that if I switch this sprite, I'm gonna have to change the offset. Otherwise, when you hover... sorry. When you hover on a door in front of you, like a forward-facing door, it's gonna slightly move the cursor to the right. I think that's gonna feel off. Okay, so I think what I want to do... Let's see, we also have selected item. So we need to disable the selected item, maybe disable the sprite renderer for the actual real cursor, and then maybe we have a different object that we position at this offset that we enable and disable. We have to make sure to turn the arrow off in case you would pause the game while holding on a door. We need to switch back to the original cursor. I know I have a system to hide the selected item, so we just need to do something similar where we also hide the arrows and re-enable the normal cursor.
Over here.
Strum! Sorry, I'm losing my voice. That was fucking awkward. Thank you very much for lurking, man. I appreciate ya, as always. Description box. Okay, I think I'm gonna make a new game object with a sprite renderer. And then this one I would like to position more where you would actually hold, where the, you know, the real cursor is actually positioned, which I think is like here. So that's gonna be the center. And then we can try to, well, I haven't made them yet, so that's probably the first thing we should do. So this should be in-game UI. In-game UI, arrow, so this is up and down, so should we do horizontal, maybe? And then here we do arrow vertical. Does that make sense? No. No. Sorry. This would be horizontal. I'm going in a like horizontal direction. Which means that this would be vertical. Sorry, got that a little bit mixed up there. Should probably just name it left and right as well. This would be arrow forward. And this would be arrow backwards. What do I call this one? Back arrow. Okay, that's fine. Let's apply this. Why is this not visible? Zero in Z. Oh, is it because it's lit, maybe? Default? Wait, what's the... Sprites default, sprites default. Why can I not see this one? Oh, that is fucking great. Sprite Renderers has a flip direction. That's gonna be very convenient. Okay, is this just positioned incorrectly in 3D space? Is that what's happening here? No? Am I misunderstanding how this works? Material. That looks fine. Oh, is it additional settings maybe? Yeah, sorting layer default and then a very high value. Boom, default, very high value. There we go, I think it popped up now. Yeah. Interesting how some appear in front and others behind the original cursor. I think this could work. What's up, Acrylic Pixel? How you doing? Just popping in to say hi. What's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good Friday. Was lurking in your stream earlier. Hope it all went good. Acrylic is yet another game developer on Twitch whom you should check out. Am I using whom correctly there? Whom versus who? When should I don't know why I care about this. It's interesting. I'm a language nerd, okay? Commonly repeated advice for remembering whether to use who or whom is if you can replace the word with he or she or another subject pronoun, use who. If you can replace it with him or her. So yeah, then it would be whom you should check out, right? Because you should check out him. You should check him out. So I think I used that correctly. So who? Wait, would it be who? No, just if we... But if I say... He's another streamer who or whom you should check out. But it's weird because neither, you can't say he's a streamer, he should check out, him should check out. But in terms of like, if we rephrase it, I would say you should check him out, right? So I think it would be whom. I think Dr. Whom. Just got back from my talk at Northampton Uni. Nice, how did it go? Oh damn, Devin's here. What's up, Japan? How you doing? Depends, are you talking about the person or the account? In this case, I suppose the person, because I can't use who for an account, right? That sounds a bit... Because that's an account is technically an object, right? An account is not a human being. He's a streamer who you should check out. Or he's a streamer whom you should check out. Which is correct? Sorry, small little detour tangent here. Yeah, it would be whom. This is definitely something I don't use normally speaking. I think I say who every single time. Yeah, same tip here. Oh yeah, exactly. That said, in a casual conversation, most native speakers would just say, he's a streamer you should check out. Yeah, I'm supposed that works as well. People often drop who, whom entirely in informal speech. Yeah. Yeah, I just got curious. Went really well, thanks. Nice, I'm happy for you, man. So what was the talk about? And where was it was a so was it for like game dev students or something? Is that what it was? If you don't mind, of course. Usually people say check out the account, not the person or channel. I don't think I do. I think I often speak in terms of people. It is even in the shoutout thingy, I do check out acrylic pixel, which is technically arbitrary, like it could be either. However, I then go he's. I don't go like, oh, the channel is of a game developer, you know. But you are Swedish, so you are always wrong. What the fuck? What is this? What is this? Oh, typo. Oh, ouch. Close one, close one. You will survive this time. Thanks to the typo. It was about 10 bells development and it was for the game design, game art and programming courses. Nice, man. That's fucking sick, dude. Okay. So how do I want to do this? We now have this one. Let's call this something new. Let's call this like... because we have the cursor. This is the normal cursor. Which I should have changed this. This should not be positioned at an offset. What I should do is that the cursor should actually be a blank, like, empty game object. And then the actual cursor image should be child object, and I just reposition that one. That's how I really should have done this. Because then I could have... No, it still wouldn't work. No, because I want these to be positioned differently. The cursor needs to show exactly where you are pointing. This one doesn't really, but I feel like this one is more important that it's centered on the cursor. Whereas if the normal cursor was not centered, then... or if that one was centered, then all hitboxes would be a bit off. So they do kind of need to work differently. So you can't even ban me, right? Holy shit, this is outrageous. This is outrageous. Okay, what should we call this? Like... I don't know, secondary cursors, maybe? Or secondary cursor? Now, we kind of need a... we kind of need a list here of all of our sprites. We could do some dictionary with like a string lookup, but I do suppose that string lookups is not the best. We could also use the direction enum. Could also just make an array and fuck it, hard code the number of the array for each one. Only annoying if I ever decide to change the order or something. How do I want to... Yeah, basically, how do I want to... I need all of these sprites somewhere. Either hard-coded with, like, in the inspector as forward arrow, blah, 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 or we do some array or dictionary or something. But if I do an array, I need to be able to know, like, if you're pointing forward, which object in the array should you use? On Unreal, I would give the door a team tag. 0 up, 1 down, 2 right, 3 left. So I kind of do that. I don't know exactly what a team tag is. But like what I do is that I have an enum, right? So I think that one might live in my room manager. So exit on click. This one has a room manager dot direction. So I have a public enum for directions, which is left, right, forward, backward, up and down. But then by technicality, since this is an enum, this is actually integers, right? So left is 0, right is 1, forward 2, backward 3, 4, 5. I use blueprint scripting, so I don't know how to explain it in a smart language. No worries, man. I'm just thinking about how I wanna, because I'm thinking potentially if I end up at some point having more than these. Am I though? Am I ever gonna have another cursor? Because normally when you have an item selected, I just show that item, which I think is fine on top of the normal cursor. Because with an item selected, you still need to see exactly where you're pointing to make sure that you can correctly select hitboxes or whatever. This is more just a visual representation of what you're gonna do, which we use for movement. Am I gonna use it for something else? Okay, I think we could probably just use this. We could make a specific function just for this as well, rather than making a flexible one, but is that arguably worse? Maybe. Okay, we should use an event here as well, so we're gonna do something like, let's do a private void show. Yeah, I'm gonna do a, am I? Yeah. I don't know, show direction to go? I don't fucking know. So what would we do here? We do need to turn off the normal cursor, which I don't know if I have a reference to. We have a reference to the... no, cursor renderer. That is the one. So I suppose that I hide that one when I turn off show cursor. Yeah, I enable and disable that one. So if you're gonna show a direction, we know that we want to take the cursor renderer and say enabled is, well, we do want to have a bool here as well, but I think we're gonna use a event, which means that we're gonna have a reference to an event. So Let's do like, let's say that we're gonna call that one something like exit event. Should probably make the event then. Which we should put in here. That makes sense. Exit hover event, maybe? Do we need to pass in stuff? We do actually need to pass in stuff here. So we want to have a public room manager dot direction. We need a in the public bool whether I guess whether we triggered on pointer enter or on pointer exit. I guess we should just call this show as well. Like whether or not you're supposed to show it. And then we need direction, whether or not to show it. Is that all I need? I know I could call it singleton, but I'm trying to move away from my lazy singleton stuff. A direction and whether to show or hide it. That should be all I need. Then we need the constructor, so we're gonna do a public exit hover event in which we are gonna... What are we gonna do? This one is gonna have parameters, right? So we're gonna have a room manager dot direction as well as a bool called show. And then we're gonna say that this dot direction equals direction, this dot show equals show. Welcome back, people. The ad break should have ended. I completely missed that one. I got a little bit into the zone here, but if you decided to stick around, then thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, I think that's all we need in terms of the event. So now, show arrow. I guess I don't even need this actually. But we do need to track, what is it? I pointer enter handler. I handler pointer enter. Yeah, I think I need to be using event systems. I pointer enter handler and I pointer exit handler. I pointer enter handler, I pointer exit handler. And we're gonna do a... Can these be private? I think so. On pointer enter. Do I need to pass this in? Oh, did I accidentally add another... Yeah, I don't think I need that one. Yeah, Boom. We also want to have a private void on pointer exit. Exit on click does not implement interface member I pointer enter handler on pointer enter pointer event data. But I do, don't I? Wait, what? Oh, I think you might need to be public. I think that might be it. I think you... Do you need to be public? Is that why you get angry? Yeah, I think so. Well, then we have that sorted. Now, question is... How do we make this work? Well, we want to publish this event, the exit hover event. On each of these interactions. So on pointer enter... You know what, I think I'm gonna change this. Show, I think I wanna call you something like... bool... Maybe, I don't know, is pointer enter? Does that make sense? Direction. So the direction is gonna be our very own direction. Right? Yeah. And then the is pointer enter here should be true. Here it should be false. And very important, we need to publish this one as false whenever you click as well. Because obviously if you click on it, it should no longer be an arrow, because now you're done through with the interaction. I think this is all we need here. Yes, should be. Now, what we're gonna do, my dear ladies and gentlemen, so we're gonna go back to our cursor, show direction to go. Yeah, we need to subscribe to the event, so we're gonna do e-subscribe, exit hover event, I guess I should call this like on exit hovered. Then we're gonna unsubscribe from the exit hover event with on exit hovered. Now we need this one to take in the exit hover event, exit event. And then we're gonna say bool is pointer enter. No. Bool show arrow is equal to exit event dot is pointer enter. If is pointer enter is true, that must mean that we want to show the arrow. If it's false, then we don't want to show the arrow. And then we want to say room manager dot direction is equal to exit event dot direction. Now we have all of the parameters that we need. The first thing we want to do is check whether or not we want to even show this. So we're going to do a check on if you're supposed to not show the arrow. In that case, I would like to say that the cursor... no. The cursor renderer dot enabled must be set to true. The show selected item. No, I can't use that one. What do I do when I don't... oh, do I set this to null? Is that what I do when I don't want to show something? Inventory manager... yeah, I actually pass in null. That's a bit weird, but... but here I wouldn't. I would like to show whatever we have selected. Okay, so I'm gonna be cheeky here. Item renderer.sprite. Why would I do that when I could just say item renderer.enabled is equal true? We don't have to worry about the sprite. We just made sure that it's enabled. And that should be all I need to do if we don't want to... no, we need to hide the arrow as well. So maybe we make a different function called private void show directional arrow bool show. And then here we would call show directional arrow should then be false because we're trying to hide it. Right, I think this makes sense. Otherwise, if we want to show the arrow, we're now gonna do show directional arrow. Oh, we would need to pass in the... I don't need to do this. No, I don't want to have another function. I don't care. Item renderer, I would like to serialize a private sprite renderer called arrow renderer, maybe? renderer.enabled is equal to false. Hide that one if we're not supposed to show it. Otherwise, if we do want to show it, I don't need to return here, let's just do an else statement. No, wait, I'm gonna have to do switch that. No, let's be a never nester. Let's actually return. So if we do, we can only reach this code if we do indeed want to show the arrow. So I guess we're gonna do a switch depending on the direction. And do chase left something break. Gonna end with a default where we are just going to break. Well, we also know if this is the case, we do want to do the opposite of this, right? So why would I do... I don't even need an if statement here. we just set this to show arrow. So if show arrow is true, this should be false. This should be set to show arrow. This should also be set to not show arrow. Because I want to do this stuff every time, and this will save us a few lines. Since we are a master programmer, that's what we're gonna do. That was sarcasm, if anyone did not understand so. Just want to be very clear here. Okay, so now we enable and disable everything correctly. However, we don't need to do this part if we don't want to show it. So let's do it quick. If you're not supposed to show the arrow, then I would just like to return at this point. There's no reason to keep going down this method. I think this could turn out pretty cool. I think it could. Okay. Switch direction. So now we do need our references. No. No. This is an enum. What if we do a array and we set it up correctly? We don't even need a switch statement. We use the enum to determine which one in the array we use. Ooh, that's clever. I like it. So all we actually need to do is to say arrow renderer dot sprite is equal to room manager, no, sorry, is equal to direction. Can I not do this? Oh, sorry, I need an array as well, of course. So, let's serialize a private array of sprites called arrow sprites. And then we're gonna say that the arrow renderer.sprite is equal to arrow sprites with the index of the direction. No? Cannot implicitly convert type room manager.direction to int. But an enum is a integer. An explicit conversion exists. Are you missing a class? So do I do like as int? No. Do I do something like int direction? Ooh, I think that might be it. Cast it to an int? Yeah. So this should be correct, right? So now we're gonna take this enum, cast it into an integer, find that in the use that index to find the arrow we want to use and set that as the sprite. This seems like it should work. I need to make sure to set up. That's a sorry guys. The only thing I need to do, which is slightly annoying with this system, right, is that I need to always make sure that the array of sprites is correctly mapped out to the directions that we have. That's the only sort of downside from this. But imagine that if I did a switch statement, this would be like... why? It would be like, rather than having this one line, we would have like fucking 15 lines of code extra. So I think it's pretty cool. Okay, cursor, arrow sprites. So let me check the room manager directions. We have left, right, forward, backward, up, down. Which means that these need to be in the correct order. So we're gonna do... oh shit. I don't have all of these. I was thinking about flipping it if it's... oh no, that's annoying. I guess I could make the other ones to get around that. Is it like, do I want to do manual art stuff or do I want to do more code? That is basically what I'm deciding. Because if we do it more code, I can only use 4 sprites and then just flip them depending on the direction. Nah, I kinda like the system. I think we're gonna do more arrows. I think we're even gonna align these correctly, so let me bring this up again. We are gonna do left, right, forward, backwards, up, and down. That should be all of the directions that we need. I don't know why I did put them in order, that really did not matter. Okay, so let's turn this one into right. Let's turn this one into up. Arrow down. Arrow left. Left, right, forward, backwards, up and down. Save that. So now we want to have left. This is where the order actually matters. Then we're gonna do right. Forward. Backwards. Up. And last but not least, down. Think that should work. So, should this not be all I need? I think we're done so. If I'm not mistaken. This is gonna be interesting. I wanna see how this feels. I have a good feeling about this. The only thing we need to make sure... Okay, let's do a different one here. If you're not supposed to show the arrow, and just for safety, we're gonna do or if the direction is equal to null. If the result of the expression is always false, since the value of type room and dot direction is never equal to null. What do you mean? What if I would... Could I not pass in null as the direction? Is that not possible? That's a bit annoying. Does it matter? Not really. Oh! Oh, yeah. I have an idea. No. Fuck. Yes. What I do is that I make a private void. Yeah. I need to be able to call this when you pause the game as well. Because normally, I think we have something here like... Yeah, on cutscene paused. Oh, well, then you don't have an arrow either, so that might not matter. However, do I not have... Do I not subscribe to on-game paused? Oh, am I still calling that one explicitly? Is that what I'm doing? Oh, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. What's happening here? Oh, it's pictures of this. Okay. Can I find my game manager? Do you, when you pause the game, do you... Because I must hide the selected item when you pause. Pause the game, true. Game paused event. You don't do anything with the cursor. But if the cursor... Oh... No. Oh, don't tell me that the inventory manager handles this. Oh. Because you probably subscribe to the game post event. Show selected item. Oh, wait, well, that might be kind of fine in case you subscribe to a... Nope, I think it's calling it directly. Inventory manager. Where do we... Show selected item. Yeah, mouse cursor.instance. So we should probably move this to an event at some point. Am I gonna worry about this now? Probably not. Well, I kinda need to though. What else do I call this? When you select or deselect an item, that makes sense. On game paused. I don't think you should handle this. It doesn't make sense that the inventory manager is handling this. Because the cursor needs more logic when you pause the game. Do I care about this now? No, I just want to see whether this works or not. Should we just try it and see what happens? I might. So this one should be disabled from the get-go. Oh, wait. I think we're missing references here. Arrow renderer should be this one. I'm kinda excited. Let me hide the actual cursor. Ah, shit. I hate that clicking escape shows the cursor. Like the actual Windows cursor. I don't know how to hide it again. Don't worry. Oh wait, I do know how to hide it again. I actually have a function to do so in my DevTools. This looks a little bit weird. Damn, do I need to offset these as well? Because this looks a little bit weird, right? This looks fine. This looks a bit weird. But, I mean, in general though, it seems pretty functional. Now it's definitely more clear that this means that you are going somewhere. Oh, how does the back arrow look now? I assume... Yeah. So now we have both. That is something we would need to fix. I mean, in general though, I kinda do think I like it. It definitely, I do think that it does look a little bit more cartoonish. It does look more like old school point and click games. But it also is pretty good feedback. Like, it's very clear that you are about to... Let me try with a selected item as well. Like, it's very clear that you are about to actually move into a new room. I like it. I actually think I do as well. Definitely helps. Yeah, I do think it... I think the feedback it gives is probably worth it, even if it makes the game seem a little bit more cartoonish. Because I do think that's true as well, in my opinion. There is something about this like change of cursor that makes it seem a little bit more kinda cartoonish in a way. But I do kinda like it. Does this happen? Oh, that's an issue. It happens when the light is off. Because now you can't click here, so it should not happen. Well, that, my dear friends, is fairly easy to do. Or to fix. We just go to exit on click, you know. And on point to enter. We just check if light manager dot light on. If that's not the case, if there is no light on, then I would like to return. Whereas exit we always want to publish in case somehow we turn the light off while the player is hovering your door. That one should always be triggered. But to show it should only be triggered if a light is on. Boom, fixed. I might switch these into, rather than just changing the sprites, maybe even being different... what do you call it? Different game objects, because then I could offset each... arrow to make sure that it aligns with where the actual cursor is. Because this looks weird, in my opinion. This looks a bit weird. Because we're not really pointing at the exit. I mean, or at least from how it looks. Technically, I am pointing at the exit with like the Windows cursor. But the actual in-game arrow is pointing like to the left of the door. I don't really like that. So I do think I need to offset these as well. But yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. What's up, Creative Waste? How you doing? Welcome in. I'm just playing around with some new UI elements. The game is looking sick. Thank you, man. Appreciate ya. So yeah, we just started playing around with this. We now have, whenever you hover a exit, we switch the cursor into an actual arrow to give more feedback that you're supposed to actually... Or that, like, if you click, you are going to actually move into a new room. I think I like it. The UI is very clean, thank you man. Appreciate it. How you doing, Creative? How's your game development going? Would be super spooky if it was a hand beckoning you to go that direction. Wait, how do you mean a hand beckoning you to go that direction? Do you mean that like rather than an arrow we would do a hand? Is that what you mean? Hand choices are better no matter the game. Oh, like a finger doing the come here gesture? Oh, I see what you mean. Like in the kinda in the opposite way, rather. I was thinking that you meant that it would be like pointing. I do kinda like hand choices as well. The only issue, if we're gonna do something this small, is that it's really kinda difficult to make a hand look good in this size, from my experience at least. Because if we're actually gonna differentiate each finger, you know, it kinda has to be quite big. Also, I just suck at drawing hands. Just like even this, like this is pretty big. Like it is pretty hard. Even this, what is this? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is 16 wide. And that's a relatively low resolution one. Guess that one isn't too wide, to be honest. That could kind of work. It was actually smaller than it looked bigger. And something like this could theoretically work. I wonder though, because in some regard, I don't know if a hand shows... It doesn't... Is not... Arguably not as clear that it is a direction. I mean, it would be a hand pointing. But like... I don't know. Maybe. We should definitely try it. Everyone sucks at drawing hands except for superhumans. True. Fucking amen, brother. Hands is the most fucking bullshit thing ever to draw. It actually is. I think I have like trauma when it comes to drawing hands. I really think I do. Oh no, what happened here? What happened here? Oh, is it just a delay on the door, maybe? But how does that not trigger on pointer exit? If another Raycross target comes in front of it, should that... No, wait, that might actually not trigger. Because that's definitely an issue. So if I close the door and quickly go here, because I have like 0.2 seconds before the door actually closes, this happens. So if that doesn't trigger on pointer exit... Oh wait, is it because the door is in front of it, or is it because I disable? Oh, no, I have an idea. on enable, set the raycast target to true. Do I even need to do this anymore? I think I changed how this works. Because I am almost certain that I completely... Not only do I set the raycast target to false, I think by default the exit is not even enabled on a door. Like this door is enabled, but the exit is disabled. So what we could do is actually do a on enable. We could do the opposite, right? We can make sure to on disable we also trigger this. But what if you're hovering another door, we disable that door? Because this means that any time any door gets disabled, we would stop showing the arrow. That might be an issue. My character's hands at 2-3 pixels wide. Everyone has mittens, yeah. I mean, that's a kind of good thing though, if anything, about doing like really low resolution pixel art characters. Because it kind of works, doesn't it? Like you don't really have to make a full-on hand. Like if you started doing like, I don't know, something crazy like 128 pixel tiles or something, like you, if that's your tile set, whatever, the character would be so big that you are almost forced to actually make somewhat realistic hands. So yeah, I think that's an advantage, if anything, because like you said, like hands are just incredibly difficult to do. I hate making warp cycles and none of my enemies have legs, yeah. Like you gotta be clever, man. You gotta figure out those little, like, where you could save time and maybe focus on your strength instead. Similarly to me. Like, I'm not the greatest when it comes to animations either, so my game barely has animations. Like, this door doesn't have an animation, right? It literally insta-switches to a closed door. Is it the most clean thing ever? Probably not. Would it look better to have a full-on hand-drawn animation of the door closing? Probably. But is it viable for me to do it? I don't know. I think this is one of those like cutbacks I think is fine. Because yeah, as you say exactly, we kind of fill in the gaps anyway. Like, even though this instantly happens, you still get the impression that this was like the door actually was closing, you know? So I think it works surprisingly well. Animations are so time consuming, yeah. It's like I said before, like I think this game would end up taking me at least like 4, probably more than 4 times the amount of time if I actually had like hand-drawn animations for every single interactions. Yeah, I think it would probably like 10x the amount of work I would have to put into the game. My brain tells me that in betweens, exactly. I mean, I guess we could check whether we are actually hovering this one. That could be a way to do it. What if we do a private bool called something like is hovered. We default this to false, and then on pointer enter, we made sure to set this to true. Now, if we would disable it without triggering on pointer exit, so let's make sure to set this to false here, we could actually make a check for this. So we do a on disable. Whenever you disable an exit, we check whether this one was or is hovered. So if is hovered, if that is true, then we are gonna publish on pointer exit Exit event data. No, we're gonna publish, yeah, on point exit. We're gonna, oh, we also need to set its hover to false afterwards. So we would do this, right? And I think this should fix our door issue. Another reason I like 3D, I just move bones around. No need to draw any new frames. Exactly. I've said multiple times that a lot of things arguably is easier in 2D. I do think that animations, it's especially, it doesn't actually, this isn't necessarily regarding to 2D and 3D, because you can read 2D as well. It's just pixel art that sucks, because you can't really read the pixel art. Like if you're doing pixel art, you kind of have to draw each frame if you wanna stay like pixel pure or whatever you wanna call it. Whereas if you're doing like hand-drawn 2D art, like you could still rig that, right? Just with like layers and stuff. Yeah, reading pixel art would not look good. Empires will continue to rise and fall, but the chirpy stream will never end. True. I do have to end the stream pretty soon though, to be fair. I do have my partner here this week, so I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to get off a little bit earlier than usual. That is the main aim for my Kickstarter, is to get a freelance animator to help me with in-betweens to smooth out my animations. Oh, interesting. What's up, Ayunima? Welcome in, hope you're doing good. I'm doing rigged pixel art because I'm a rebel. Interesting, do you have anything to show? I would love to see how that looks. Based, yeah. Yes, indeed. If anyone has not wishlisted Shroud of Gloom, please go ahead and do so. Would appreciate it very much. Yeah, reading pixel art would look so bad. I feel like you would too. I do think that I should say though, I am a bit of a over-the-top pixel art purist a lot of the times. I'm not necessarily proud to say it, but I do think I am. Like I don't have a single like rotated pixel anywhere in my game. I'm gonna say though, like even pixels and rotated pixels can look decent if done right. Like if it has some form of like, if it still manages to have some form of consistency and stuff, it can work. It can work, but most of the time I tend to think that it looks better when it's pure. Sorry for lack of a better term, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Code Red's animation, right? He reads all of his even though it's 2D, but he is not doing pixel art. I can show a gif of a spider walking around with IK legs in... Wait, IK legs? In pixel art, yeah, please do. Feel free to link it, or if you don't have a link for it, you can post it in the Discord. In one of the... we do have like a game art channel. You could post it in there if you want to. Either or, do as you please. Why did companies ruin all the candy I buy? They swapped out cane sugar for some weird fucking syrup thing. Now I'm mad. Sorry about that one, man. Yeah, it seems to work now. Well, that was a quite easy fix. Oh. Yeah, you did see a slightly odd glitch there. You did see the arrow for like an extra second. Not a second, but as long as it disappears, I don't really care. Can I actually click the door and exit at the same time? I don't think I can. I think I turn off the ray costs during the... No, I think I do it immediately. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, okay, we need to note that down. I cannot forget that. That is bad. We cannot be walking through closed doors. This is an actual bug. Doors can be entered immediately after closing them. That is something we definitely gonna need to fix. So I guess we just turn off the exit even earlier, which means that I might have done all of this for nothing. No, I still probably need this failsafe anyway, to be honest. Most of the art is still placeholder, so ignore the ugly background, but here's a spider. Let me see. It got no pixels, but it definitely has... what did you say? No pixels, but definitely has rich... Oh, like rotated. You know what? You know what I'm gonna say? Wait, you have pixels? This is also pixel art. But you did say the background was, what you call it, placeholder, so... I do suppose with the character, I'm gonna say that it actually works pretty fine. It actually works. I think the fact that you have quite high resolution pixel art on the character or on the spider makes it actually look fine. I think if you did this in like 16 by 16 or something, or like that type of tile set, then it would probably look more weird. This actually does look surprisingly good. It looks cool though. I like the physics or whatever of it. New text to get a monster off your tail. That is very true. Like you would actually... A way to close doors while you walk through them. Pretty clever. I like to shout out my mortal enemy, Unilever, to acknowledge that the Eternal finally fucking broke me, and I am now getting better habits from pure despair at how absolutely shit their products are. Holy shit. Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah, it would look pretty bad at the smaller res. Yeah, I think your resolution is almost big enough to where it doesn't really matter as much, because it almost... I don't, to be clear, I don't mean this in a bad way, but it kind of ends up looking less like pixel art and more like a low-res game, do you know what I mean? Like there's a difference between something looking just low resolution and something looking like the kind of low resolution pixel art you're used to. Do you know what I mean? So I actually do think it works. It worked better than I'm gonna admit. I thought it would look worse before you showed me. I definitely thought it would look worse. So what's the game? Do you have like a do you have a Steam page or something for it? You weren't kidding, you are a total purist. Do you also do those CRT shaders? Well, to be fair, like I said, I do have a lot of pixel art purist tendencies, but I wouldn't say I'm 100%, because I do some weird things, like, for example, everything is not, like, the position of the flashlight is moving, right? It's not jumping between pixels. Same thing if I open the map. Like, the animation is actually smooth, whereas I do suppose that if you went like 120% into like pixel art purism, like it would actually jump on the individual pixels all the way up. I don't do that. Another thing is that my light, so my like the shader for the light, as you can see, is completely smooth as well. I suppose you could get an even more pure look if I actually had like a pixel shader kind of thing going on. Yeah, you could add a sort of dithering mask. Yeah, I have actually been thinking, I do think it's something I want to try at some point. I do think I want to try it at some point to see how it would look. But just the light really... Just the smooth animations I don't care about. I rather have smooth animations than like jaggedy ones just to stay in pure pixel perfect state, you know? However, the light is almost otherwise the only thing that's not pure pixel. I mean, not really true. I mean, if you look on the light from the actual flashlight, it's more noticeable, but I do have film grain, which I suppose you can't really have you know, unless I did like film grain in the actual size of the pixels, but that would be too much. So, you know, we do small little things that might not be 100%, but it's close enough. I think it's mainly in regards to pixels and like rotated pixels that I go, that's when I tend to be a little bit more harsh. Like, for example, when you look down like this, I could have rotated the flashlight to actually look more down, but out of pure stubbornness, I don't do it. So, as you can tell, the flashlight is always at the same angle, because I don't want to rotate the pixels. I think it works fine though. I think it's good enough. I could draw new sprites and change in between them too, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think so. Yeah, I think I like the arrows. I think I do. I'm just setting up the Steam page now. Is there ways to go before I have it ready to publish? Gotcha. Feel free to share it when you do have it published. Only 4 weeks in development? Damn. Not bad. Yeah, indeed, what you have is definitely impressive. It looks good. Like I said, the movement of the spider actually looked really nice. I'm starting to wonder if, could I not just remove the entire fucking back arrow at this point? No, because I do need something to actually click on. Well, I could... Do we even need the light thing? It's something we would have to test, but... I don't think I... Wait, how could I do this? Back arrow hitbox, one pointer enter, back arrow button. How should I try this easily? Because I do need this to be an actual button. But if I remove the image, that's not gonna work. Interactable is also gonna set the default color, so I can't just make it transparent either. Oh, I know how to fix it. What if I actually just have a transparent image? That's how we fix it. So all we do is go to in-game UI. Here. You're gonna edit this. We're gonna take the back arrow and we're just gonna position you right here. Like the back arrow is just a fully transparent image. This should work to test it. So dithering pixel halftone would be pretty easy to test as a mask layer. Yeah, the thing is that I assume this has to do with the shaders, right? And I'm using the Light 2D system. The thing is that I'm just using it as is. I just play around with the intensity. And I've never really worked with shaders. So that's one of the reasons why I just haven't tried it yet, because I actually don't even know where to start. But I do think it's something we should look into. Because it might actually look kinda cool. I think it would make the game look more old school. Which I think could be good. Could be bad, could be good. I don't know. One of them things that you just have to try and see how it feels, I think. Not worth the effort. I didn't even notice until you mentioned, and I've seen your game several times. Oh, do you mean with the flashlight? Is that what you're referring to? You have to pay the $100 upfront to create your Steam page even before your game is ready to release. Yes, you do. Yeah, it's going to be all about movement, so I'm spending a lot of time trying to perfect it. Yeah, and it shows. It shows, man. It looks good. I don't hate it. Wait, can I go through 2 doors at the same time? Can I click here and then here? No. Oh yeah, because this is technically a transition in which all items become uninteractable, but I suppose that the hitbox to show the arrow here still works. I think that's fine though. Because I assume that if I did this, yeah, it still disappears. I kinda like it. Shout out to Wakacha for the idea with changing the cursor. Yeah? Just need to fix the offset, just this part I don't like, the fact that now it looks like I'm not pointing at the door. Because the arrow is centered. So we need to make sure that each arrow is actually offset. But overall, I kinda like this. Good shit. Gotten quite a lot done today. I do suppose this is a new feature. I don't know how to phrase this. Change cursor to arrow while hovering in door. Dunzo. Noise. Noise stuff indeed. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today, but please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. As always, thank you all so much for watching, I really do appreciate it. Make sure to follow the channel if you haven't. Speaking of which, Ayunima, thank you very much for the follow. Also, shout out to 8 Bits of Byte, Amesis and Jones with the raids today, appreciate it. As well as a big shout out to Sandy G, Satsidak, Codin Gree for the subscriptions. Very much appreciated. It does help out a lot. As someone who's doing this full time, you know, every little bit helps out. We do have CodeRad on. I think it's been a little while since I actually raided CodeRad. One of my favorite developers on Twitch is working on a really cool roguelike Souls-like. He does have a demo out. I highly recommend checking it out. Let's go over to the one and only CodeRad Games. Thank you very much for dropping by, Ayunima, as well as Japan and everyone else. Like I said, I really do appreciate all of you guys hanging out, helping me out, chatting, lurking, whatever it might be. It really does mean a lot. So thank you guys for your time. Thank you for lending me your time. I will be back on Monday again, most likely with a bit more Shadow Gloom developments, I imagine. Good times indeed. Thank you very much, Strom. Appreciate you, man. For now, let's jump over to CodeRad Games. Throw that little chirpy raid in the chat, and yeah, I guess that's it. I'll see you guys on Monday. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good one. Cheers.